And we're back with another episode of the Lakers Fast Break Podcast. Shut up, Joe. It is, of course, Gerald Glassford. Thanks so much again for joining us. We really appreciate you doing so. It's Gerald Glassford, the Lakers Fast Break, Pop Culture Cosmos, where we cover the latest news and trends in pop culture each and every week, twice a week, wherever you get your podcasts. Inside Sports, Fantasy Football. We did our Super Bowl preview special, which also turned out to be our NBA trade deadline special, which also turned out to be Mark Williams getting traded to the Lakers live on the air as it happened. So go ahead and check out all that fun stuff right there on Inside Sports Fantasy Football or the Lakers Fast Break, wherever you get your podcasts. Also, as well, Joe Soro, he is, I guess, stalking us in the chat right now. Go ahead and support his game, COREUPT, Corrupt on Steam. Also, his company, if you're in the Southern California area and you need a new lawn, transform today into something much more magical than it was the previous day. Go ahead and check them out at Symblaze with a Y.com. Also, our good friends, the Lakerholics crew. It looks like they're negotiating now on a time for tomorrow. So they want to go ahead and do a Lakerholic spotlight. And it looks like it's probably going to be around 11 a.m. Pacific time. I think, yes, it looks like it. So Jamie, Michael, and Laker Tom. So far, we'll be talking about what went on with the trade deadline. They'll be talking about Mark Williams. We'll see if that's the big man that Laker Tom loves. You know, he has an affinity for big men of any talent and skill level. Will this become the next Lakers big man in Laker Tom's eyes? Go ahead and tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll find out. And then, of course, also as well, we will be on the air at 1 p.m. I'll have that up for you. Playback.tv/Lakers Fast Break. And then, of course, the post game, best post game in town is right here at the Lakers Fast Break Podcast. Just a little tough, not as much as I would like. I'll see what I can do later tonight. I did have to watch and catch up with Severance. Wow. All I can say is, wow. Episode 4, they dropped a bombshell, which I saw a little bit. I got the hints. I kind of guessed on it like 2 episodes prior.
Yeah.
But, man, did you see it, Mark?
I haven't seen it yet. It's on Apple TV. It's the one thing I don't have. Yeah, I know. You're telling me to get it. I got to get it.
Well, if you could get Mubi, you could get at least season 1, so you can catch it all the way through, because they put Mubi, they put it for free on Mubi television. If you have that service, you can get a free trial of that. And then Apple TV, if you're able to get that, even a free trial, you can catch up. Although there is still several more episodes to go. They're doing 10 this season, but man, that's just, they dropped another good one right there. Plus, yeah, exactly. And I caught up a little bit more on Invincible episode 2 as well. So almost caught up on sleep, but not quite tough. But still a great time indeed. Don't forget also as well, again, the Lakerholics tomorrow. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe to us. It is truly helpful. We have now over 2,100 subscribers, and it is immensely and greatly appreciated. And then, of course, Mark and I have contributed articles, contributed things to our members. There's special exclusive videos. There's special exclusive shorts. There's badges. There's time release stuff that our members get first. You can only do that today if you're a member for just $2.99 a month from all of us right here at the Lakers Fast Break Podcast. Well, the Lakers tomorrow, most likely without Luka, they are targeting a Monday return for Luka. We may see Mark Williams tomorrow. He's listed as, possible for joining the Lakers on the court tomorrow. We'll see what happens there. For the game against Indiana, Saturday at 1. Kind of concerned because the Lakers have kind of shaky record when they play like in the morning hours or in the early afternoon hours. So we'll see how that works out. But it is Super Bowl weekend. Super Bowl weekend, all these funky games come at a funky different times.
That's why.
Because, the suit that kind of throws things off there. So we'll see what happens, but we'll be here for it. But here today to discuss the Lakers and a good man indeed. Of course, something I want to bring to his attention, as I put right there in the notes about JJ Redick, is, of course, our good friend, the moderator upon all moderators, along with Search and Destroy, who kills it out there. Sports Baby. Should I include Kurt Affair, or should we just tease him to death?
Nah, throw him in. Jay, you got to throw in Jay as well.
Oh, JSJ, absolutely.
Yeah,
I thought JSJ was mad at me, but he was.
it's all right.
Yes, I'm trying to run the show, Mark, and I'm trying to also take care of the comments.
Yeah, you do it well.
And look at other tabs, trying to set things. And the thing is, sometimes I cannot always interpret the intent of what somebody is saying in the chat. Joe,
Yeah,
the same thing. He said that, it's always, sometimes it's just hard to, just relate that always,
oh yeah, for
cynicism.
sure.
At JSJ, I thought, I'm like, man, did I piss you off, JSJ? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, you were talking to someone else. Okay, my bad, my bad. But indeed, it is Mark Williams, aka Xbox. Interesting how now he puts on the last name there, Mark Williams, just
I've
like
never heard
there.
my first name so much in the last few days,
Okay.
so
All
I'm
right.
glad
No
we got a
worries. No worries.
mark. Yeah,
Yes, absolutely. But Mark, great to have you here as always, my friend. You're such a great part of what we do. You're one of the most passionate people about the Lakers on our playback service. I do want to go ahead and let everybody know there was a minor transaction the Lakers did today, and no, it wasn't the buyout guy that they picked up as of yet. Although there's some interesting names out there right now that the Lakers get. Quentin Grimes just got released, so his name has been bandied about. I know there's a couple others that may be talked about here in the coming days. So we'll wait and see on that end. But Armel Traore was waived so that Jordan Goodwin can return to the Lakers. He was on the Lakers training camp roster. He was the starting guard last year for Phoenix, and that didn't work out so well. So we'll see. He's been playing in the G League with the Lakers South Bay for quite some time now. He's on a two-way with them, so we'll see what that means as far as them waiving a young player like Armel Traore to get a veteran like Jordan Goodwin, who does have some flaws. I don't know if he can help contribute, but obviously there's a meaning behind that with what they're doing. So we'll have to wait and see if he can give us anything out there. I know that's not the guard that you guys want out there. I know that Quincy Olivari is still the apple of your eye, and hopefully the kid gets a chance as of yet. But before we get into JJ, your thoughts. You were so excited to see what happens. You were on the air with me when we got the Luka trade. Um, your
yeah, man.
namesake, Mark Williams, got became a Laker here on while we
Mm,
were on the air the other night. Uh, I'm trying to be nice here. The way others are interpreting it, a lot of these podcasts and shows I've been on have not been too particularly kind to him. I can understand when it comes to the durability. I get
yeah,
that. I
yeah,
understand that.
definitely.
But I'll generalize it for everybody out there because I've listened to over a dozen podcasts in relationship to Mark Williams since he's gotten traded to the Lakers, and all I can say is the general consensus when you look at it. And again, I'm paraphrasing and bunching and generalizing here. I would say that we're getting a taller, either 7 foot or 7'2", depending on who you ask, 9'9" standing reach version of Jackson Hayes. And what I say is that he's a lob threat, but still the attention to detail has not been there. I think he rebounds better than Jackson Hayes. I think he has the ability to score better than Jackson Hayes. So I kind of disagree with him on that. The defensive awareness and as far as his drop coverage issues,
Mm,
partially that could be like Charlotte because we've seen other individuals trade away from Charlotte, like last year, PJ Washington. He was really bad at defense in Charlotte, put him in a more winning environment. There you go. The same thing could happen here with the Lakers. We'll see.
yeah.
His rim protection could be better. His numbers could be better there. I'd give them that. But your thoughts when we got the big man, your namesake, and Mark Williams.
Well, look, I'll probably speak on behalf of a lot of Laker fans. We probably didn't know too much about Mark Williams, so when it turned out we got traded for him, we started having to Google and look at highlights of him. But I don't know, Gerald. Like, obviously, they're different players to that Jamison guy that we got in. But when I looked at Jamison's highlights, I almost felt instantly sick. So, and when I look at a Mark Williams, it's not like that at all, man. This dude looks nice. Like, you're averaging between what 16 to 18 points a game, and you're in double digits in rebounds. I mean, that's got to be up there with some of the big men in terms of stats, when you're doing a double double on average. But yeah, the concern's going to be his health. I think he's played 1/3 of the games that he's been available for since coming into the NBA. But man, at the same time, it's like, how much desire does some of these guys have to get out on the court for a team like the Hornets? Is it going to be different for LA? It fine if it's, significant injuries are just going to keep you out. But when you're playing for a team like the Hornets, you're probably a little less inclined to come back sooner rather than later. So I don't know, man. From what I've seen, he's definitely not a rich man's Jackson Hayes. He looks like his own player. And I'll be, and as I said, as I've seen, that's YouTube highlights, guys. So, YouTube highlights is always going to show the more favorable aspect of a player. But when I look at the fact that he's come from Duke, and you boys went pretty early yesterday, it was about 3 a.m. my time, and I woke up and listened to the trade show you had with Joe. And man, when someone brought out that stat that his standing reach is higher than Wemby's, I mean, that's still hard to believe. But
Yes.
yeah, so he's 2 inches away from the rim standing up. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, Luka's going to be excited by that, surely. And I know it wasn't a name that we'd spoken about, and that's probably irking people some of the wrong way, because we had some of the bigger names, certainly around the chat table, like Miles Turner and Vooch and all that. But when I just look at it, if this guy can get fit, man, he seems like a really nice player to fit alongside, obviously, Luka. Already got with guys like Vando and Hayes. And if Revenge Boy Christian Wood ever comes back, so
Who?
on it,
I'm,
exactly.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, if we win a ring, I'm sure he'll be first in line. But for me,
Yes.
yeah, like, nah, it's a good trade, and obviously we want it to work out in the short term, but it's also a long term play as well, and that's what this week's been about. And what a week, man! I saw the picture of the roster, like against the Hornets versus, or against the Knicks, versus the picture of the roster now, and I couldn't be happier, Gerald. So yeah, just can't wait to obviously see Luka, the Don, out there in a couple of days' time, and see what Williams can do as well. And I know people are less excited and a lot less excited, but the Kleber's injured. That sucks, because I would have been interested to see what he can do in terms of just being a little bit of a threat off the bench for a scoring big man that can spread the floor, something that we probably don't have now. And unfortunately, he's injured, so we'll see. But man, yeah, nah, sick week, and we'll see what happens moving forward.
Once again, it is, of course, Xbox, aka Mark Williams, great part of our community here at the Lakers Fast Break, whether he's in the chat or here with us on stage, on playback, or right here at the Lakers Fast Break. No, he was not the guy, as I kidded on playback, that was actually trying to go ahead and dribble around LeBron yesterday. Spencer is the guy's last name that was playing last night, but we were remarking his resemblance to you. It was so funny because he looks like that guy that you see on when you play pickup ball at the gym on Saturdays. He's got the
Yeah,
T-shirt
complete
going
hack.
over the jersey. Yeah, exactly. But you know what? Hey,
That's
he
so
got
harsh.
he got 9 points. Hey, it is what it is. You know what? He's in
I
the
think anyone with
NBA.
facial hair you guys think is me. I've been
Yeah,
told I look like
absolutely.
Matt Barnes too. Anyway,
Hmm. True point.
I
But the
don't mind
best
this,
news for
Spencer.
let me ask you this: better news for you, the Lakers getting Luka Doncic or Jessica Alba filing divorce?
Well, I touched on that the other day when Jessica
Well, it's
was in the
official today.
Yeah, look, oh man, that's a tough one. And when you hear Mark Cuban talking about how he would have got a divorce before he traded Luca,
Hmm.
yeah, nah, man,
He's
I'll
been
take it.
very quiet. I'll just say that.
He has, but wait, yeah, Jessica Alba or Luca, it's Alba, but that's probably the rare exception, because Luca's such a special player, and he's lifted the fan base like I haven't seen. Hey, and I know there's people out there that are upset about AD going, and there's been some pretty out there comments in the chat as well, but I reacted at the time with you guys, and that's a life changing moment for us. But I said at the exact moment we found out, shout out to AD. So for anyone that says that, or thinks I'm being negative towards AD, I'm really not. I was ready for a change, and I can't
Mhm.
believe the change we got. I mean, no one can. And that's why it feels so surreal, because we would have taken a whole lot less, I reckon, for AD in terms of, picks and a combination of, players. But yeah, to get the second best player in the world for him, it's insane. So yeah, but there you go. Luka has already taken me away from talking about Jessica Alba. So that's how much Luka's on our mind, guys. And I don't know about you, but I think I told you the day after that I kept waking up and thinking of the trade pretty much every hour. I'm still doing that, and I don't know if that's until I see him in a uniform, but even just seeing him there on the sidelines, and man, it feels so exciting. So yeah, but yeah, Ali, there is talk that Simmons is going to buy out his contract, and he's looking at Cleveland and
Well, he already
Clippers.
has. That's already a
Oh,
done deal.
sorry.
So
Okay.
he's meeting with the Cleveland Cavaliers, Rockets, and Clippers because they're under the first tax apron, so they
Yeah.
are eligible to go ahead and speak to him. The Lakers, unfortunately, are not eligible to speak to him because he has a salary this year of more than 12.8. Again, whatever
Yeah.
he signs for, it's just going to be the league minimum,
Yeah.
whatever it is prorated, because the bill 90% of it, 99% of it, I should say, is going to be with Brooklyn. And that all comes off their books here in the off season. So, but yeah, Simmons again, he can't make it. I don't know exactly who in the buyout market is attractive as yet. I mean, again, if you're the opinions vary in our comments on our chats on WhatsApp in regards to Quentin Grimes and some others. So we'll see what happens. Again, as Stone said, I don't give very much. He doesn't give very much faith on anyone on the buyout. There's a reason
Mm.
they've been bought out, and I have a tendency to agree. Although every now and then you get a Markeith Morris that we can plug in as a starter that got us on a run right through the playoffs in the bubble. But that was again a very unique situation. So
Yeah. Definitely.
I'll leave it at that. But what's up, BTS? Great to have you here. Again, yes, Quentin Grimes did get cut. He did get waived. So he is an available free agent out there. And he did earn a salary, I believe, below 12.8, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go ahead and check on that for sure. But my friend, Mark Williams, the trade. I know a lot of people are also talking about how Charlotte may have gotten the better on this trade with Mark Williams. Again, Mark Williams, 23, the size, the possibility that he has. I think it was what the Lakers could do as far as the one of their better options that they could go for. He has been playing well as of late. I think you need to go ahead and see if this is the guy that you can grow with. He is 23 years old. He's younger than Dalton
Ah.
Connect. So it makes it, palpable for him to grow with Luka if he develops. If not, you just go hunting for another big man in the offseason and see how it goes from there. But I understand giving up an unprotected 2031. The pick swap doesn't bother me as much because if the Lakers end up continuing this line of success they are now in 2030, it won't matter because they won't need a pick swap. They'll have a worse option than what, of course, Charlotte will have. So that's the case. I'm not too bad on that. Dalton Connect, we'll see. Dalton Connect, I said defensively, he is very soft and has to improve that area of his game. But offensively, he just has, and people, Rodell and I have been going back and forth for months on this. Why do I prefer Connect over Max Christie? I just think Connect has an explosive ability offensively and a higher level of scoring ability that Max Christie has yet to achieve or may ever achieve, despite Max Christie's improvement on the defensive side of the ball. That's where I see possibly of why there's a difference there. And he'll get his
Yeah.
looks in Charlotte, that's for sure. But your thoughts, was it too much for the Lakers when they gave up what they gave up for Mark Williams?
No, definitely not. Like, yeah, the fact that he's the same age, yeah, fine. If Williams was 30, then you're thinking a different scenario. But the game changed completely when we got in Luka. And then some of the other players unfortunately became surplus to requirements, and Dalton Connect was one of those. Like, given the choice between Dalton and AR right now, I mean, for me, it's an easy choice. Obviously, it's AR. So Dalton unfortunately got caught up in this trade. No one thought the trade was going to happen. It went down, and then everyone was sort of on edge about what was happening next. And obviously, ideally, you wouldn't have had to trade Dalton because he is young and there's a future there. But you've sometimes got to give something to get something, and it was Dalton. And Dalton also showed some pretty bad signs. Like, going from that 37-point game or those two games where it absolutely exploded to games where he was completely missing, obviously a liability on defense. Now, whether or not the system we were playing was, suited to him, we'll see. But shout out to Dalton, and I hope he has a great career. And you
Yes.
never know,
Uh,
being that
as
young.
do I. I really hope
Yeah,
he has a great
me
career.
too, because you know what, Gerald? He also seemed like a really nice guy. And I remember those comments
Yes.
you said when you saw him and Bronny in the
At the
and
summer league.
everyone was there for Bronny and that. And I don't know, man, he had a pretty tough circumstance as well with that whole Bronny thing on the bench, and he just he handled it really well. So maybe he can
Yes.
grow and get more opportunity in Charlotte. We'll see. And then he's young enough to come back too. In given the right circumstance in the future. Now that rarely happens. That you get a second chance to play for LA, unless you're D'Lo, who gets 3 or 4. But
Yes.
man, yeah, we'll shout out to him. But unfortunately, when this trade went down, like I'm telling you right now, and I said it at the time, even LeBron, man, if he didn't have a trade clause, everything was on the table. Because when you get Luka, it's now all about Luka. We don't, and I said, I'm glad LeBron has that trade clause because it means we can see these two together. But everyone on the roster, when Luka came in, was on the trade table, including AR and Rui. So I reckon, Rob's done Rob, the general manager, who is much maligned, and we've given him heaps when he deserved heaps. Now he obviously deserves a lot of credit. Still doesn't mean I like seeing him talk and stuff because he is the most boring guy I've ever seen. But man, whether it was that relationship with Kobe and Nico that got us this trade, and then he went and got a young player for Luka, and he's trying to do all he can for this last part of LeBron's career to get some success. So Rob's got to get credit for this week, that's for sure.
Absolutely. We will. I give him credit for
Yeah,
it. Again, when both Charlotte and Dallas drop those players in your lap, because the reports are that Mark Williams was presented once the comments were made by Rob Pelinka on the center market that was out there being a tad dry. The word is that a couple days before the deadline, they went and approached Rob Pelinka on this, and he, I guess, worked out a deal, was interested. They obviously tried to reach out to Detroit for Jalen Duren. That didn't work out, but when Charlotte presented this to him, it always makes you wonder, why is Charlotte presenting us with this guy who seemingly has a lot of upside, but maybe there's something that we don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's just not a good fit. Maybe they're just like with Luka, just very concerned about his conditioning and injury history going forward, committing
that's
money
trash.
to him. Yeah, we'll see. But again, as Tuff says, the giving Dalton Connect is like giving another first round pick. So we'll
Yeah,
see exactly how well this fits for Los Angeles. And again, I'm hopeful that Mark Williams will be able to contribute in a big fashion and be able to prove a lot of the doubters wrong, especially on the defensive end. Parade on Figueroa says, Gerald and Xbox are cooking. Thanks for hosting. A question for Mark. As a fellow Australian, I did not know that. Is he disappointed
Aussie
in Ben
represent.
Simmons' career?
Look, we've and if you become a member, I do have an article on this.
Extensively.
So yes, I did write an article on it. But yeah, Parade on Figueroa, shout out to you on Twitch, and a fellow Aussie, of which there's a few here, including SB, and Jeremy earlier. But man, yeah, hell yeah, of course we are. Like, and from where this guy was, to where he is now is simply incredible. And it's only a couple seasons ago he was an all-star, and Parade on Figueroa and SB and some of the other boys in the chat know as well as me what's been as disappointing is the guy's never suited up for Australia, dude. I mean, if you're gonna call yourself Australian, at least come play once, yeah? Like, I mean, and that's what's been insane. Like, he was fit for the Olympics. Why didn't he go there and, try to get a full sort of like preseason in or a tournament to get his head right? It's been so disappointing, Parade on Figueroa. And yeah, my brother's a massive Brooklyn Nets fan. Shout out to Adrian, but I don't know why you chose them. Apparently, like Derek Coleman or some trash, but who was a great player. But yeah, so like my brother's watched them very closely, as have I. And there's moments where he shows that old Philly self. When he can dominate a game. Now it's fleeting moments, and it's 1 or 2 minutes, but when Ben's charging down the floor and he's got an open floor, there's no one better, man. The only player that's better is LeBron James, because he's either going to dunk on your face or he's going to do one of the great passes. So Ben's still got it to a very small degree, but what's underlying all that is the mental. I'm not going to say mental health issues. I'm just going to say the mentality or the mental basketball issues, anyway, guys, that we've seen on him. And I don't know if he'll ever get over that, man. And when you come into this league and you're not even willing to shoot, when that's all people do, and you got players that like big man that came into the league, like Brook Lopez and that have learned to shoot over the journey, and now are good 3-point shooters. Like it's hard to understand what's Ben's excuse for that, and obviously it's mental. There's enough there to say that. So I can go on about Ben Simmons all day. I pretty much just have. But yeah, man, it's a massive shame for us, like down under, because he was the number one draft pick and he was touted as a mini LeBron James. And, when you're from a country like us with 25 to 30 million people, and you're a proud country and you're a good basketball country, but you haven't had a star like that, an all-star player. Like Bogut was good. Andrew Gaze was good. Mills has been good. Like Giddy's obviously good now, and some of the other boys there. But Ben Simmons was going to be a superstar, and it just fell apart, man. And yeah, so yeah, great question, Parade. I don't know how you feel about it. I'd be keen to get your thoughts in the chat. But yeah, for me, man, shocker, absolute shocker the way it's worked out. And yeah, you're right. Kyrie was born in Australia, but he went back SB pretty early. I think when he was age 1 or something, and he's never considered himself Australian. So Ben does, and he's never played for Australia. So hopefully that does change one day, man.
Once
Yeah.
again, it is.
Sorry,
Go
Parade
ahead.
on Figueroa. I've tried. My brother's a couple years older. I've tried over the journey to get him across. But one good thing is he's got 2 sons, Parade. One of them's a Laker. So I've done
Their minds.
okay.
Corrupt their
That's
minds,
right.
Mark. Corrupt their
I've
minds.
tried. They're all Barca fans though, so that's as important to me.
There you go. Once again, it is, of course, in the chat. They've renamed him Mark Alba. It is, of course, Xbox AK Mark Williams. Go ahead and
Why is she
check
getting
him
my
out.
last name?
Yes,
Jessica
yes.
Williams.
Well, no, because she's got with all due respect, she does have the higher profile name. So if you're married to her, I think if that's the
I'll
deal
take it.
breaker, yeah, take
Yeah,
it. There
yeah.
you go. Absolutely, yeah. It is, of course, Mark Williams, aka Xbox. Go ahead and check him out whenever he's here or on playback. My friend, though, the thing I wanted to go ahead and talk about the topic of the day here with Luka coming in most likely Monday, with Mark Williams maybe coming as early tomorrow as far as to the court. If not, Monday could be also a debut for him as well. This is a new look Lakers team with a new rookie head coach in JJ Redick. And something popped up that was kind of interesting when we were still setting up as far as our times on when we could go on the air. And I was like asking, what am I going to go ahead and talk about for a good topic to go ahead and just really get into that Xbox can really get into. And Kendrick Perkins did it for me because he went on the air today at ESPN and stated that JJ Redick is a top 10 NBA coach. And I was like, okay, now I know he is bound to say things that, kind of are divisive and kind of puts himself out there. I know that you and I have talked about JJ. It's been a learning process. He's had his ups and downs. There have been times that a couple of the world championship coaches like Budenholzer, I think I wasn't Kerr, but I think another coach that has won a championship, uh, really got him on the second half, really outcoached him. You could see that something happened where the Lakers and the other team came out and the other team really, really did something that outcoached him. So he's learning. He's taking his lumps. But in the past couple of weeks, especially on this road trip, we have seen a little bit more effective game plan. The Philadelphia game plan was just, you want to throw that out the window. But the way that they played, especially shorthanded, the things that he's done to apply returning Vando into the defense. We won't talk about the offense, but we'll talk about the defense with him. DFS, how he's incorporated him and how he's been effective doing it. As I said on the air, you give him credit for that. You give him credit because we're starting to see things clicking with his coaching abilities. I'm not ready to go there as far as yet. I think that's unfair if you just put him as a top 10 coach already. I think that was a little bit too soon. It's his first year. Evaluate him over a longer period of time before you make those assessments. You could just say now if you like what he's doing or not what he's doing, I'll respect it either way. Again, you cannot argue with the results right now because it's 30-19. The defense, sometimes the schemes have not always worked out. I understand the personnel is not always there to match up with what he wants to have them done on defense, but offensively, from the get-go, he has done a pretty good job of incorporating it. Yes, there's not as much ball movement as there was at the beginning of the season. I think that over the course of the season, LeBron, his ISO type of play, and also now with Luka in there, you're going to get often a lot. What you're going to see is what you're going to get. So people get ready for a lot of ISO ball. But again, that's what they like. That's what they excel at. And so you have to go ahead and just accept the fact that that's who they are. The ball will probably not move around as much as probably people like. But again, with JJ Redick, he has found better rotations. He has found ways to win. And whether or not you're ready to put him in that top 10 category, I think you got to go ahead and start saying to yourself, JJ Redick has some promise as a head coach. And if he can be that guy that's going to lead the Lakers to the promised land.
Man, Gerald, great question. But I'm going to say this about JJ. I've been consistent the whole time I've been on that this dude's all time. And, at the end of the day, he hasn't even had like a rookie.
Except for when you're on playback and you're yelling,
Absolute
JJ,
loser.
what are you doing, man?
JJ, take a timeout. Look, he upsets me with some of the timeout calls. And in-game guys, please give me the benefit of the doubt because some of the things I say might seem against our team. But no, just the passion. But yeah, for me, like I've been consistent with JJ that this guy hasn't had any coaching experience prior to this. It's not like he's had a 10-year assistant coaching gig and he's come into the role. It's not like he's been a college coach and he's stepping up. He's gone from an NBA analyst for ESPN and a podcaster into the most high pressure coaching job in the basketball world. And on top of that, what they did was they drafted the son of the current our greatest player, or who many think is the GOAT. So what he's had to put up with early, and then you throw on top of it, and I know Joe doesn't like this, and I don't think that it's taken away from performance, but he did have a tragic event with the fires as well. I don't know, man. For me, like I've liked everything I've seen, and even when we've had some of those bad losses where he has been out coached, man, you can just see the pain. Like some of the games, he can't believe it. Like, and he said it the other day. Actually, yesterday against Golden State. If you watch his press conference, just like even he gets perplexed about some of the decisions that the players are making, and he's surely not telling them to. When we've seen some of the switches and they switch wrong, leave open men, etc. He's not coaching that, man. Like, so he's as frustrated with some of the defensive weaknesses that we've seen. But he's getting better, and we're seeing that slowly but surely. Like, he's getting better already in year one with the improvement of the way we're playing and the way we've played without AD. Now, getting Luka is going to be a big change, and these guys are massively ball dominant. To see how he integrates LeBron and Luka is going to be interesting, but man, I love it, Gerald. And I've always said that, guys in their 20s, early 20s, 25, they relate to someone like JJ Redick a lot more than they do someone in their mid 50s to 60s that they never saw play.
Mhm.
And I think that a lot of these guys admire JJ. Now, we might not have admired his career as much as some because he played for teams that we hated, but the guy was a great 3-point shooter, probably before 3-point shooting was at the tail end of his career, 3-point shooting was obviously super important. But when he started, he was actually one of the best 3-point shooters in the game. He's also got that edge of that Duke edge where a lot of people don't like that about him, but the ones that do like Duke do. So for me, man, I don't know. This Luka trade as well was a backing of JJ. It's the future that I believe they can see between JJ and Luka having played together. And man, I'm so excited. Like, yeah, I see JJ as a long-term coach for the Lakers. Maybe he won't have the same tenure as Greg Popovich, obviously, but that's why they got him in. Man, it wasn't for 6 months. He wasn't going to get treated or judged the same as Ham. And he's better than Ham. He's way better than Ham. And you just feel the positivity around. Man, every single. Remember the games last year? Whenever we lose, we just smash Ham all the time. It's not the same now. It's about being constructive to if we lose and what JJ's done, but you can only look at it on face value, and he's improving and he's learning. So man, I love the passion. I love that he's a nice young fit guy that people can look up to as well. Man, I'm all for it. I'm a massive JJ Redick fan. Huge.
And again, you'll forgive me. Again, I just want to see how it work out. Ali says, it's going to be a little bit rough early on once Luca and Mark come into the rotation, just to try and figure out what that rotation is. I get it. I understand. It's going to take time to figure out what that rotation may be. So again, if you guys are screaming, why isn't that person in or why isn't that person out? Why out of the game? Give him some time to work out the kinks in the rotation, because you're putting in such a. It's not just you're getting a guy from a trade, Mark, that's going to give like a complimentary player or something like that. In the case of Mark Williams, okay, Mark Williams, you could essentially plug and play because you know what he does already. He's a big guy, takes some lobs. You find it as far as screen and rolls, incorporate that. That's not too hard for him. It's
Yeah,
Luka. You are redesigning your entire offensive scheme once number 77 goes on that court. So I'm going to try and give JJ a little bit of leeway in the early weeks, days and weeks, just to see and give him time to work this out. Because again, we talked about since this trade happened that the Lakers should be in a win now mode because when a 7-game series with Luka and LeBron on the other side of whatever team it is, they will be competitive in any series they would be facing
ah,
offense if they're both healthy and they're playing at the level that we know that they can play at. But the thing is, it takes time to mesh that between those two and how they work with other players. How does Austin fit in all this? You kept Austin past the trade deadline. Okay, how are you going to incorporate that into your offense? You know the weaknesses, though, you still have in your game as far as defensively. How are you going to work out with the rotation so that it's not such a problem for this team?
yeah,
It's going to take time to work on those things when you bring in such a dynamic player, Mark. So I hope you guys out there and us here on the panel will be a little bit patient with JJ as he
Yeah.
tries to incorporate this new rotation and this new way of dealing with Luka now and for the future.
Man, yeah, look, JJ's relationship with Luca is going to be critical to the integration. And Blue, I think he would yell at Luca to get back on D. And shout
I
out
think
to
he'll
Blue.
generalize it at first. He'll say, "Guys, get back on D."
Yeah,
He
yeah, of
won't
course.
point.
But
He'll point. He won't. Like we've seen on the
yeah,
video,
spot
like
on.
with Connect or whatnot. He'll yell at Connect and directly connect. With
Yeah, man.
Luca, it's egos, so he may
Yeah,
just generalize, "Guys, get back on D," as opposed to
nah, that's
Luca.
right. And look, he
Yeah,
had a long relationship with Connect over the last few months that
yeah.
obviously built up that trust where he could lose it at him. But yeah, for me, JJ's integration of Luca is obviously going to be critical. But we'll see, man. Like I keep hearing that, all this, massive change the way we're playing. And yeah, obviously there's going to be a change because Luca's going to start handling the ball. But don't forget, like Kyrie Irving is pretty ball dominant guard too, and he had to default to. So there's going to be times where LeBron carries the ball. Now it's not going to be all the time, but maybe Luke is even saying, "Hey, he's been there for the last two games. Maybe from his usage rate from 80-85%, he's thinking, man, why don't I tailor this down a bit, or peg this back to say 70-65%, give LeBron a bit more of the ball. I can expend a bit more on defense." Luca's not. Luca's an athlete, man. Okay, he's not the same as an Anthony Edwards, yeah, but he can still elevate, and you'll see that sort of explosive first step where he gets past defenders like they're not even there. So it's just the fact that he has to expend so much energy on offense. What do people expect out of him on defense? Like, not everyone's a Kawhi Leonard. It's very rare that you get such good offensive and defensive players in the one package. Jordan, Kobe, the rare exceptions. Okay, but if you can, man, like I was thinking with Dallas, what the hell are you thinking in terms of getting rid of a player for their defense? How about you get a couple of good defenders around him? Because he scores double the points of other men. Like, so they haven't used him well in Dallas. So we'll see how we use him. Now, our current roster is obviously a worry in terms of that defensive ability to back him up. What you'd ideally want is Luka and AR, but that's a worry. Can they be out on the court together, at all times? And then you throw in LeBron, who sort of switches on and off with defense. So, man, we're going to have to see how all that works out. But I also feel like the defensive aspect of the NBA right now is completely overrated. Like John was going on about, and shout out to John, we're boys, but he was going on about how important AD's defense is, this and that. Well, how important was it when we're making play-ins and stuff like that? So, like, I don't know, man. I think there's an opportunity here to maybe emphasize our offense a bit more. We're playing really solid defense and we can blow teams out. Or, JJ puts on a team that really supports Luka and LeBron from a defensive aspect. But we'll see. At the end of the day, for me, yeah, defense wins championships, Magic Man. But offense is the key, and in this NBA, maybe that comment or that old adage of defense wins championships is not as true as it once was. And I've seen, and I said this the other day as well, a team like Barcelona Football Club, where we play the most offensive, it might be biased, but attractive football in the world, and it's been very successful. Maybe not in the immediate past, but certainly going from the 2010s to like the 2015 or 2020. Yeah, man, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Like, this is fantastic, and I think we're going to make it work. Luka made it work with Kyrie. That's what I keep saying. Like, people are like, "Oh, what? Like, this is not going to work." Well, he made it work with Kyrie, who's half the player LeBron is. So just based on logic, man, and that's how I don't have the history of the great man, Sean. I've got a little bit of history of the game, but my sort of assessment on the game, and guys know this in chat, is based on what I see, the eye test, and just the general feel. And that's why I was consistent in wanting AD traded, because I could see the numbers, but mentally something wasn't quite right in terms of winning a chip. Now that's all changed very, very quickly with someone like Luka. You could probably see the way the players, have stepped up since that trade. Now it might not last, but man, like mentally, the team is in a better spot, and they are thinking we can win this thing now. They didn't think that last week. So, man, but shout out to Sean. Thank you so much for joining, bro.
Absolutely, it is. Of course, Magic Man. I think your mic's not working right now. You have to reconnect it. So, how are you going to be able to insult Joe if he comes on? We got to hear you, man. We got to hear you. Got to hear you. Okay, so he's going to fix that. But once again, it is of course the Lakers fast break. It is a snack pack. It is Xbox AK Mark Williams along with me, Gerald Glassford. Thanks again for watching us. We truly appreciate it. Doobie, I don't think Xbox was throwing shade at Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is one of the best players on the planet, one of the best
Yeah,
centers
look, Doobie,
on the
Gerald, I'll
planet.
just say this. Doobie somehow thinks I keep throwing shade at Anthony Davis. You should go back to the stream, man, where it was live. And I was the first person to say, shout out to Anthony Davis, man. Look, man, we all love AD and what he's done for the team and the fact he brought a chip. But is anyone in this world seriously not going to take that trade? And when that trade happens and Luka now becomes a Laker, I'm all in for Luka. AD's no longer a Laker. So what do you want me to say about it? Like, that I'm heartbroken that he's gone? I'm not, man. And I've been consistent for a while that mentally AD kept on going missing in fourth quarters. We've spoken about it. So, as I said, I assess the game on eye test and things like that. When you've got players that other players can't rely on in fourth quarters, mentally it's a letdown, man. And that's how I feel. We'll see. You might be proven right, Doobie, and good luck to AD. He might win a chip at the Mavs, but at least I've been consistent, bro. And I've always shouted out AD. But when you don't play in a Laker uniform, I don't feel as close to you as when you did. And that's it. AD's no longer a Laker. Luka is. So let's go.
It's so
Let's
funny.
keep it rolling.
It's so funny because yesterday I was wearing my Los Angeles Lakers shirt with AD on the back, number 3, and people are like, "Why are you still wearing it?" Like, I'm not going to throw away a good shirt just because the guy got traded. Give me a break.
Yes.
It says Lakers on the front. My gosh, it's like
Just wear
Hey,
it
I
to
might
bed.
buy. I might
I'm
buy
not going to
some.
throw away my jersey over there with
I might buy
my
some.
jersey over there right there.
I
Yeah,
might just buy some discounted Lucum's Mavs gear too. Why
there you go.
not?
I'm not going to
Yeah,
throw away my
spot on, man.
jersey right there. That cost me over $100. I'm not going to throw that away.
I think one of
No.
their authentics go down to like 80%, Mark. So
Yeah, well,
I,
we saw that with Lucas. They'd gone. It's like 20 odd US dollars or something now, or 30 odd US dollars. The Dallas ones. But Sean,
fuck,
what do you?
man, Mark, the Canadian dollar is worth like 53 cents to the American dollar. I still gotta wait. I
Yeah,
still
bro,
gotta
talk
wait.
to me about it. Yeah, we're the same here in Australia, so we might have to hand make one or something
That would
crazy.
still
But
be an $80 expense for me.
yeah, yeah, which none of us can afford right now. But Sean, can I ask you about that and how you feel about AD going, man? Like, and what he meant to you versus now Luca being here and sort of yeah, like for me it's all positive. It's all about moving forward now and thanking AD for what he did. But yeah, I'm also gonna like be open and honest as well. Luca's a way better player. So I don't know. I don't want to hide that fact when I'm assessing this. What do you reckon, man?
they want that hat.
What do you mean they
Yeah,
want
sick
the
hat
hat?
They said,
on the
Sean, how
Lakers.
much would you auction off that Laker hat to the chat? We'll get you a whatnot account,
Was that
Magic Man,
Joe?
and you can go ahead and
Tell
sell it
you
to the
what, if
highest
somebody
bidder.
wants $100 for it, they can have it.
There you go.
Hell yeah. The cost of a Luca Laker jersey, you can have it.
But go ahead, guys. Go ahead, Magic Man.
Hey, that somebody grabs I tell you what, Mark, I'll eventually get a Luka jersey, but if somebody can
Yeah.
get me a Nick Van Exel jersey, you
Oh,
can have the hat. You can have the hat.
that's your boy.
I saw
love
that they're
Ben
still for
XLR.
sale. You can go ahead and get out there. Remember a
I
couple
can't
weeks ago, I
find I
posted
can't
it
find them on
Oh,
NBAstore.com, Gerald. I can't find
Hold
them.
on, now. Fine. Let's see if I can go ahead. Go ahead. But let me ask you this, Magic Man. Of course, what we've been talking about is the new lineup that's coming. Mark Williams may play as early as tomorrow.
Mhm.
Luka expected to play on Monday. I want to ask your thoughts on this. Again, JJ Redick is going to be leading a new team. And of course, we got to give him time to develop this team, find a right rotation, find a right offense and defense to work with such a dynamic player in Luka Doncic and a big man who you hope to grow with his potential in Mark Williams. It's going to take some time. I just didn't like what necessarily what Kendrick Perkins has had to say earlier today. I think that's putting too much pressure too soon. Calling him one of the 10 best coaches in the league in his first year. Let the guy grow. Let the guy, because he's had his ups and downs. Right now, he's been proving that his system is working and it's been more effective in recent games. I want to see that continue. I want to see the team build confidence in him and vice versa. Your thoughts on where you think JJ Redick can go with this new roster once it's all out on the floor?
You know something, Gerald, that's going to be interesting to see. And I agree that it's going to play out. I'm glad you brought up a certain individual there because, yeah, he's putting way as a pundit, as a professional, he's putting way too much pressure on individuals at when they are already dealing with their own pressure they put on themselves to be the best players and NBA professionals you can be. On top of that, this is the same individual that said when he played in Oklahoma City, KD wasn't the leader, Gerald, and Russell Westbrook wasn't the leader, and James Harden wasn't the leader. Everybody viewed Kendrick Perkins as the leader of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Gerald. The same Kendrick Perkins that averaged 2.4 points per game, Gerald. That's the leader of the Oklahoma City Thunder. So I agree. Let's not put a whole lot of stock into what Kendrick Perkins says.
I just popped it in there. It's from on jerseyproclub.com. They've got
Nice.
Nick Van Exel 96. I put it in playback a couple weeks ago. So
I didn't see it, but thank you again, Gerald.
all right, there
All
you go.
right,
But
there we go.
yep,
KD
Xbox.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. KD came out and smashed Perkins over that.
Yes.
It's-
Again,
yeah.
just give it some time. Let him grow as a coach. Just like this
Yeah,
team
it's
needs
such
to
a
get
hot
time
take
together.
comment. How
Yeah.
can you say the guy's the 10th best coach in the NBA when we've played
Or
half
top
the
10
season?
coach is what he
Top
said.
10 coach,
Yeah.
and it's the first season. Like, you don't even need to make
So
that assessment.
Yeah,
Like,
so it needs time to play out. That
Yeah.
right.
remains to be seen. He has a previous relationship with DFS. He has a previous relationship with Luka. He's got a previous relationship with Mark Williams. He was a developmental help when
Yeah,
Williams
he
was
knows
at
about
Duke,
Williams,
Gerald.
man.
So he's got a relationship with all these guys, but it's going to take time.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Again, I want to give it time. I want to give him some leeway in order to go ahead and find that right mesh to see there. And here today, also, good man indeed. It is, of course, our own great part of what we do at Playback. Laker Nick, great to have you here. We
Oh, yeah.
always great when I can find a topic for you to stop on by to chat with us. And I guess JJ Redick is that topic. So your thoughts, my friend? I put it on the JPEG. I know it's a little bit of shock value, but is JJ Redick that coach to lead the Lakers once they get everything all worked out together, whether it's this season or in upcoming seasons, that coach to take us to the promised land?
Yes, Gerald, and thanks for having me. I'm mostly here to say hello to Mark and Sean and you. So happy Friday, happy Saturday to Mark.
Thanks so much, Nick.
Yeah, and
To you as well, my friend.
I think JJ. I mean, he's shown that he's well equipped to handle this responsibility. Just the last couple games, the Lakers have shown commitment on defense, movement on offense, and it's been encouraging. Since the trade, LeBron seems rejuvenated, and even though he might not say so explicitly with words, it seems like he's ecstatic to have this opportunity to play with Luka and to have another opportunity to have a legitimate chance for a fifth ring and maybe even beyond.
Again, Kendrick Perkins made those comments earlier today, Nick. I just don't want to put too much too soon on him. And it's comments like those that are said at a national television level. You could just try to ignore it, but there are a lot of people out there who will try to go ahead and re-emphasize it if he fails or if he succeeds. I just think putting so much on a rookie coach right now, let him find a mesh for this team. Luka is a veteran. LeBron is a veteran. By the end of the season, I have no doubt they will find a good working way together. I have no doubt that JJ will finally finally find a rotation that works best for this team. But it's going to take time to figure that out because you just can't put two new players, especially one as so dynamic as Luka, and just think that it's going to be perfect right away, Nick.
No, you're absolutely right, Gerald. And actually, I should kind of reinforce or echo something that you've said in earlier shows. I actually do agree and like the lineup that you proposed, Gerald. I believe it's Luca, DFS, LeBron, Rui, and Mark Williams at the center position. Aside from having the benefit of Reeves coming off the bench, which I think is probably his most effective role. It does allow Luka to play with someone familiar like DFS and also LeBron to continue to play with someone familiar like Hachimura. And you'll have the new center and Mark Williams who should be getting easy lobs to the basket since he could basically touch the rim just without jumping. So I do like that lineup, and maybe JJ's gonna try that out. In the coming days, in the coming games. So we'll see what happens.
Let me ask you this, and I'm going to ask also Sean this as well. I talked to Mark earlier about Mark Williams and his arrival, and I don't know if you've been listening to all the different shows and podcasts that I have. I think the general consensus of a lot of these shows is that defensively, there's a lot left to be desired for Mark Williams, and that the Lakers may have given up too much in the trade. I'm just paraphrasing what a lot of these other shows that I've been listening to have saying as far as on a national level. I still think the kid has got a long way to go. 23, young, can develop. He's shown already the ability to be able to give you a double-double. I understand with his kind of reach and height, he should be a little bit more impactful defensively. Your thoughts about Mark Williams and what he can provide the Lakers once he steps out onto the court, maybe as early as tomorrow.
Yeah, Gerald. I was doing a little bit of research on Mark Williams, and yes, the injuries have been a concern, and maybe the defense isn't completely there yet. But Mark Williams, aside from not playing complete seasons so far in his career, he's really only recently, really only in the last couple of months, has he had a full NBA workload where he's playing 30 plus minutes per game. And just taking the sample size of, for example, late December, January into February, Mark Williams is effectively averaging 18 and 12. And that's very encouraging. And so I'm looking forward to see what Mark Williams does, especially around, some all-time great facilitators like Luka and LeBron. I'm sure Magic Man could speak more to this, but it is encouraging to have a 7-footer that can jump, that's mobile, that can run. He's not a slow-footed center. He's only 23, just turned 23 in December, just like Magic Man and me, although we're not 23. But it is encouraging to have Mark on the team and on the live stream.
Good one. And just to clarify, my last name's not Williams. Some people think it is.
I know.
I don't look like a Williams, though, do I?
No, it's not. That's not what I see on my email every day. But I'm just crediting what's down there, so we'll just leave it at that. But
Yeah.
Magic Man, your thoughts on Xbox's new namesake? It's not Mark Alba, but Mark Williams. Again, maybe she's available. She's available, Xbox. So there you go. You might have to fight Magic Man for her. So there you go.
Yeah,
But Magic Man.
Mark,
Your
you're gonna
thoughts?
Mark, you'd have to be a stepdad. Just you have to make sure you're ready for that, man.
Hey, what we said before, whatever it takes.
Yeah,
But
whatever it
I
takes.
think Sean's had experience wrestling bears and things, so I don't think I could take him on for the
No way, bro.
Alba Cup. She's
No
all
way.
yours.
A bear would pick me up and break me like a toothpick.
But Magic Man, let me go ahead and ask you this. And once again, it is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. Fresh from the travels along the Toronto roads. It is, of course, Magic Man Sean Grice. Sean, great to have you here as always. Again, your thoughts on Mark Williams. I mean, you heard the trade happen. The Lakers, in my opinion, gave up a lot. We're very high in Connect. Very high. I think higher than we are on Max Christie as far as the long-term future. Sorry, Rodell, I know you feel differently, but that's just how we feel. I think as a scorer and as a shooter, he might find a place in the league that could be at somewhat a really good level if he develops and just becomes even passable on defense. But giving him up, as Tuff noted, is like giving up a first-round pick because he was a first-round pick, plus the swap, which may not ever convey if Luka takes this team where it needs to go, and the unprotected first-round pick, which may be bad if Luka takes us where we hope to go. Your thoughts? A lot of people are saying that the Lakers gave up a lot. In your assessment, what does it come down to with Mark Williams?
Well, I mean, you weigh the logical options there, right? Because there are only 2 rounds in the draft. So, I mean, if we're going to win more than 75, 80% of our games, a first round pick is like 24th, 25th to 30th. So they don't have a lot of value, or the intrinsic value isn't there for the Lakers. Whatever they traded that for has allowed them to peak and win that many games. So I think that's the trade-off in the NBA that you have to deal with, Gerald. It's the second round picks or the undrafted route that the Lakers are obviously going to have to employ the next couple of years, at least to fit around some of the margins. But right now, the rotation looks pretty good. And as far as Williams is concerned, I mean, we'll see. I enjoyed him at Duke.
Yeah.
I think he's improved marginally on offense. That he's pretty good out there. He's a utility guy in a lot of ways. Great rebounder. He can box out, which I like. Defensively, he was really good coming in. He's tailed off a little bit. I'd like to see that improve a little bit, Gerald. But yeah, he's got potential to be. I mean, you're playing in Los Angeles. You definitely have the potential to be an all-star. If you reach your potential, you're an all-star.
Absolutely. So we'll see. I'm not going to. If he's effective, it gives you like right now what Ivica Zubac gives you. 15
if he
and
could
12.
play, if he could play 32 minutes and give you 14 and 11
and a block and a half to 2 blocks a game, I think that really will go a long way.
If he's shooting over 65%, Gerald, which I think if you have Luka and LeBron, I don't see any reason why, as a big, you shouldn't be able to shoot at least 60%, getting easy lobs and duck-ins. So, and the free throw percentage. I mean, this isn't a position where it's Andre Drummond or, oh my God forbid we bring back Mo Bamba.
Yeah.
What did he shoot from the free throw percentage as a Laker, Gerald? I think it was in the 30s.
Yeah, it's.
Oh
it's-
man,
And remember, he
that's
was
so bad,
the
Sean.
stretch five that Laker Tom was.
Oh,
dreaming
Laker
about.
Tom, yeah. For every Luka trade that Tom came up with, there's always going to be 100 Mo Bamba trades that never lived to see the day. And
Hey, Sean.
if Gerald had 3 brains with his eyes rolling in his head as many times as Laker Tom brought up Mo Bamba, I've never heard of a player have more hype than Mo Bamba, Gerald, and didn't live up to it.
Yeah.
Again, yeah, it's. I don't think the
And
Lakers
Gerald,
will take another chance. on
and Gerald,
Go ahead, Nick.
what contrast? Because we're almost 2 years to the day. I actually remember tuning into the live stream when you and Laker Tom were on the live stream on the trade deadline, and Mo Bamba was traded to the Lakers, and Laker Tom was ecstatic, and here we are 2 years later, and we have Luka. It's just
The guy's career is over.
like Sean, we used to be
hilarious.
happy for Mo Bamba.
Yeah,
Like, it's just
yeah. We used to be happy for Mo Bamba.
yeah. It makes
But,
me
yeah.
sad. It makes me sad that we were happy for players like Mo Bamba. No disrespect, Mo Bamba. But anyways, go ahead.
Oh
Mark.
no, I apologize,
Nah.
Gerald. He didn't shoot in the mid-30s. He shot 55% from the free
Okay,
throw
well, it
line.
just seemed like it. Anyways. By the way, guys, I'm sorry I mentioned Sape, not Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes got traded. He's probably going to stay with his team in Philadelphia. It's Bones Highland that got dropped, but he is still a 39% 3-point shooter. I know
Mhm.
Joe didn't like it when we talked about it, discussed it in the WhatsApp, but
Because
Bones
he's never
Highland
watched
is
Bones Highland play.
Oh, wait, what about there's talk there in the chat about Seth Curry. Is that of interest or possible?
His
yeah,
defense has really tailed off. Me and Gerald kind of talked about that the other day.
yeah,
Okay.
he's older. I mean, if you're going to go between one of the two, I'd say Highland because he's younger.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping Larry Nance Jr. is the one that is actually waived. It's probably on the buyout market. I'm hoping he is the one that's given that opportunity because I think that he fits a little bit more of a need. Highland,
Man.
of the two, between him and Curry, is the one that's more capable of playing
He's
better
younger
defense.
too, yeah? I could be
He's
completely
younger.
wrong about
He's
that.
substantially younger.
Yeah.
And again, he is shooting 39% from three. But when he only has he's only shooting 39% from the floor, that tells you all you need to know about what he's shooting and what he's taking up right now. But again,
Wow.
we'll wait and see how this pans out. Yeah, that always scares me, guys, when I see somebody that 3-point percentage is almost exactly the same as their
Well, these guys
overall
are not going to
percentage.
be, we're not getting them in to play much, are we, Gerald? So then on that basis, wouldn't Seth be better
Yes.
if he's a better 3-point shooter? I don't know. You can sort of
It's
offer
just
that.
but Seth gets, there's a reason why Seth has been limited in his older years.
For
It's
sure.
just he's just such a liability in the defense, and then again we would have another defensive liability. So that's what I
Yeah,
would
we'll
worry
see.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the
But
team
again,
as is, really. We've just got to add something that makes a bit of sense. But this team right now, as constructed, with a healthy Mark Williams, can get it done. Happy birthday, Rui.
yes, happy birthday, Rui, indeed. Hopefully it's a really good one. And that's the thing I want to ask you guys. Sorry about that, Nick. That's the thing I want to ask you guys on. Rui didn't get traded at the deadline. Austin didn't get traded at the deadline. So my question is, where do you see them at? I still kept Rui in the starting lineup because of his shooting. If you take him out, it's not a big deal to me, and just have him coming off the bench. Because again, him and Austin as the 6th, 7th guys on the championship roster really could do the trick. So Xbox, I'll bring it to you first, and then go to Nick. Your thoughts on where does this leave Rui and Austin in this new configuration of the Lakers roster?
Well, I think it leaves them as important as they were in the previous configuration. Now, that's, that they're still the 3rd and 4th or 5th options on our team. And when they are asked to step up that they do. And man, I've been so critical of Rui because he was one of my favorite players, and I thought that he was going backwards like I'd never seen. But then he's come out the last few games, and to his credit, more than the last few games, he's been playing well for a while now. And I'm loving what I'm seeing. And man, I'll keep saying it about AR. I'm not a lover boy or a fanboy of AR, but the guy is on hard. He's got to be on the best contract in the NBA for his output. I could be wrong. We'll look at numbers, but he plays so above his salary that it's not funny, man. And you can never forget the time he went to Boston and carried the team on his own. That's special to do something like that. And he didn't go and chase the money in the summer. He wants to play for the Lakers. So I think they felt like, honestly, AR was untradeable. If he needed to be included in the deal to close Luka, maybe not. But Rob, and you can tell the team and LeBron, AR's a pretty important player in that roster. We got rid of D'Lo when we could have got rid of AR. Things like that for me signify that they see something in AR. And it's not all about what we see, day to day when they play, man. It's about the behind the scenes and how these guys are as characters and things like that. So there's a massive, and they've seen that in Rui too, man. Rui's obviously, from what I can see, a really nice character and a very disciplined guy. It's not uncommon for Japanese people to be like that. So I don't know, man. They've got some good, capable players and good character players in that team now. So AR and Rui for me, it's gonna be interesting to see what ultimately happens with. Do we start Rui with DFS? Does AR start at times, or is it Rui and AR coming off the bench and running that second unit and dominating teams? I'm not exactly sure. I'm more inclined to think that Rui's going to be starting and that AR is going to run that second unit and then be implemented into the first as well. But for me, man, I love the fact they stayed. When we got the Luka trade done without trading them, I really wanted to see them stay. And then we got a big man like Williams, who there's a lot of upside. And if he can keep fit, man, his numbers are good enough to add those numbers on to what we've already got. And we're looking super, super strong. So, I'm so happy we kept AR and Rui. I really am in the end. And it just, our team looks so strong, the depth now, when you throw in Luka. Man, every time I say Luka, it just gets me so excited. Luka Laker.
But sports baby, if D'Lo was still kept, you got to also remember we would be much worse, even worse defensively than when we already are. That's the problem.
D'Lo.
Plus, as a malcontent, as another playmaker of being there, you have Luka, you have LeBron, and then you have D'Lo and AR coming off the bench. I don't know how that's going to really work. I think again, D'Lo being traded. I wish you would have waited on it because maybe you could have gotten a bigger fish along with that during the trade deadline. Somebody may have materialized that might have been more around that cap, but DFS has played well, and hopefully he will continue to play even better for us. But Nick, because DFS is here, and because of the new look for the Lakers is here, what does this leave for Rui and AR in your mind? Again, do you start them? Do you not? Do you start one over the other? Do you have them coming off the bench? We've talked at length before about what we think is their best roles, but with both possibly playing for the future and having an eye on their next contract, that may not be what they want as well.
Yeah, Gerald. But it's not what they want; it's what's best for the team. And I do agree with, like I mentioned earlier, with your starting lineup of Rui starting, Reeves coming off the bench. I also think that with Rui starting the front court with LeBron, it also gives us the advantage of size. Not to mention with Mark Williams at the center position, and then you have Luka, who's a big guard, and DFS who's by no means small. So you have like a giant lineup there, and I think it'd be very effective with rebounding and also with defense. Like Mark, I actually believe that our roster is pretty set. I mean, there's no perfect roster, but when I look at the pieces, you have a potential second unit of Reeves, Vincent, and also Vando, which I think we tend to forget. And I know he's a very imperfect player, especially on the offensive end. But over the last few games since his return, Gerald, I've been really impressed with the energy that Vando has played with. Last night, I think he had 14 rebounds, and he's been hustling on defense, and I think that's something that we haven't highlighted as much. And I think yes, he could get schemed off the floor in a playoff set, but I think Vando has shown that he wants to kind of
Yay!
reinvigorate his
subscriber!
image and make himself a likable player, at least for the fan base moving forward.
Yeah,
Thank-
great call. His energy's been insane, Nick, since he's come back.
And it
Sorry,
has
Gerald.
been. And you got to give him
Yeah.
credit for that. Yeah, offensively, it still is what it is. But
Yeah.
no one could question his motor. No one could question what he's doing for the team now. And during the regular season, it's obviously very much needed. We'll see how it works out in the playoffs once the Lakers get there and how it fits. But having him as one of your primary defenders right now, as we saw, he gave good help defense on Steph Curry. So yeah, we'll see how it materializes out. But yeah, offensively in the playoffs, if they utilize him, how long they utilize him, how much they utilize him, that could come up with some certain issues as we've seen in the past two playoffs runs. Samir, thank you so much for subscribing, but it is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. Truly appreciate it. So with that, I'll bring it back to you, Xbox. The task is tall for JJ to try and find a right fit for this team. I do not expect him to find it right away. I don't expect anyone off the buyout. I know Rodell says, no, not this guy. You do this guy, this guy. Whoever it is that comes on the buyout, if they do become a rotational player and a good contributor, that is a rare commodity indeed. So whoever you have in mind, whoever I have in mind, whoever is out there ultimately, it's rare that they actually become a consistent contributor to a team on any NBA playoff team. So with that, again, essentially the rotation or the roster is now what it's going to be going forward. It's a tall task for JJ, but we have to find out to see if he's up to the challenge. And I believe right now, from what I've seen, especially in the past 2 weeks, that I think he can. I think he can do it. I'm not ready to put him in a top 10 coach or anything like that yet, but I believe he can give this team what it needs for right now.
You're not ready to give us a massive hot take, Gerald?
No, I'm not. I'm not Kendrick. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not Kendrick Perkins.
All right. Look, from that buyout market, Gerald, there's an obvious weakness that we have potentially with Shake, where Shake really hasn't played that well since coming across the Lakers. I personally feel like he can give us a little bit more, but is there someone that we can get in that can give us more than him? That's probably the one sort of weakness, if you look at our roster as currently constructed, that, where Max was giving us that shooting guard, really good shooting guard play in combination with AR and Dalton. We're missing a bit of that now. Obviously, we've got AR to come off the bench and Gabe in those shooting guard, point guard sort of spots, but that third prong is Shake. So it's like, okay, can we get someone else to, essentially, take Shake's minutes? That's what that buyout market's going to be all about for me. Unless there's something I don't know about a hidden big man that we're thinking about. I know you're saying Larry Nance Jr. And I love Larry Nance's story, obviously being a Laker, and I think sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, boys, but the father might have played for LA as well. But certainly his father played in the league, and he was quite close to Kobe and things like that. So Nance would be a bit more of a nostalgia play for me, Gerald, just personally. I think if we're going to do anything in that buyout market, it's got to be looking to upgrade that Shake spot, so we can add to the guard, outfit that we've got with AR, Gabe, Shake, that new player that we trade in, and obviously Luka and Rui, etc. So that's where I'm looking at there. But yeah, just I don't know. And hey, we keep forgetting Laker Nick and Sean about Bronny too. But that's the last time he'll be mentioned for a while. Yeah, sorry. Hey, he's a shooting guard, isn't he? So let's
If you say
don't go
so.
there. Yeah, okay, sorry. My
Is
bad.
that the thing that he does shooting? Okay.
Yeah,
He did make a
yeah.
3-pointer.
He
Yeah.
did. But yeah, just tongue in cheek there. So that's if we're looking to do anything, it's to upgrade Shake's spot. But yeah, like Nick said just then, for me, the roster is presently constructed. A fit roster is mega competitive, man. And they've given JJ, the keys to that squad. And like we keep saying, he's passionate and he's showing the right signs in development. You can't do much more than what he's done. And if you look at it from wins and losses, man, we are way ahead than anyone thought we'd be. Trade before the trade, after the trade, whatever you say to me, no one thought we'd be tied for third in the Western Conference. And we are, and it's February, guys. It's not December. There's a real big chance here to make a top 4 in the NBA. And when you make top 4, man, Luka took a fifth team last year to the finals. Give him a fourth, third, or whatever spot, and we'll see what happens, man. So, the next few months is super exciting. And LeBron, wow, like, hasn't he? I sent you guys that there's a funny YouTube mob that does videos on reactions with LeBron called RDC World. And it's just such a funny reaction to the trade where basically he was very upset that Luka was getting traded, and he sort of, he told Bronny to walk him out of the house. It's a skit. And as soon as Bronny's walking AD out of the house, there at the back door is Luka, and he's like, "Come in, best friend, come in." So, man, LeBron's going to be reinvigorated by this trade. Obviously, he's going to miss AD, his best mate, and things like that. But they'll be fine, man. These guys got plenty of time to have holidays and spend their money in the summer, man. But yeah, like you can just tell since the trade, that energy he showed yesterday, I hadn't seen that for a while. That was crazy energy by LeBron. So yeah, hopefully it gives him a real, B2 shot or B12 shot or whatever that shot is, because he doesn't have long in his career left, man. And he's got to be licking his lips like he can get. Man, why can't they win this chip this year and next year? You got Luka now. You got a top 5 player in the league, guy that just carried his team to the finals, man. And then what happens when LeBron hits 6 chips and he's won 3 with LA? What did the LA fan base start saying about the guy? So he's got to be looking at this as one of the biggest opportunities of his life. And man, LeBron, you will never be my GOAT, man. But hey, I just hope you can take us there a couple more times. That'd be insane. You're not going to have a better chance to do it other than, now with Luka Magic.
Once again, it is the Lakers Fast Break, Lakers Snack Pack for you. It is, of course, Xbox, a.k.a. Mark Not So Williams, but also as well, of course, Magic Man Sean Grice. Magic Man, before Laker Nick had to jet on out, he did have a question for us. Is Rob's legacy cemented as a Lakers GM with winning a chip and the Luka acquisition? Very good, Nick. Very, very good. Your thoughts, my friend, on the legacy of one Rob Pelinka?
Needs another championship. He needs a championship out of this acquisition.
I agree.
He got one with AD. If he gets one with this one, his legacy is cemented, Gerald, for sure. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But that's the price point for a legacy, is that you have to do something legendary to be a legacy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And I think I agree with Gerald. I mean, Austin Reeves has a top 5 contract in the NBA. I think there are some players who have better contracts. but it's a good contract, especially for a sixth man.
For a
Um,
guy that's averaging 18 and 6.
mhm,
Yeah, man.
yeah. So like,
It's insane.
it's kind of funny, Gerald, when we were when we were the hen house and we were being pilfered, we traded away Lou Williams, and we were kind of ruining the fact that eventually you're going to have to acquire somebody like a Lou Williams who can create for himself and create for others. And lo and behold, you have Austin Reeves now, and I think his best position is as a sixth man, Gerald. I really do, and I think that's the
Yeah, man.
best way to stretch out. I think our offensive explosion and limit your defensive um, weaknesses, because I think in a playoff game you can get away with that a little bit if you're able to just stretch it out as much as you can. I think you have enough. Uh, that being said, I'm not overconfident at this point, Gerald. Oklahoma City is very good. They're very formidable. Not only is SGA an MVP candidate, he's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. He has the best defensive rating in the NBA for a reason. And when you combine the fact that you have Alex Caruso on the perimeter, you have Wallace, you have Lou Dort, you also have Jalen Williams. They're a problem, Joe. I really think a lot of people just don't understand how hard it is going to be to score on the Oklahoma City Thunder, given the fact that you also have Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein uh, in the painted area as well. It's going to be very, very difficult. Gerald, if the playoffs started today, the Denver Nuggets would play the Minnesota Timberwolves, and I wouldn't exactly be thrilled if I was the Denver Nuggets, knowing that we have to play the Minnesota Timberwolves in the first round, knowing that the last time we played them, they ended our season. So I would find that very interesting, especially given the fact I'd still give them a puncher's chance because they do have Nas Reed, Rudy Gobert, and Julius Randle. That's a formidable front court to go up against the Joker, MPJ, and Aaron Gordon. I wouldn't say they're better than them, but it's formidable. Like they can, I think they could actually make a series out of that one. Um, so we're going to see. I don't want to be overconfident at this point. That's what Mavs fans were doing for years when Luka got them into the playoffs, and we had to they had to watch the Clippers beat Luka. Eventually, Luka got over that hump and got to the finals, and I expect him to do the same thing for us. But it's just it's about being able to enjoy basketball, Gerald, while understanding that chemistry has to be um, reimagined with this team because there are so many new parts.
Absolutely. Agreeing. And again, it's not going to mesh right away. People need to know that it's not going to mesh perfectly right away. So you have to go ahead and be able to give JJ time to incorporate a defense, incorporate an offense that's going to work as best as possible. Sure, there are still going to be issues and concerns, especially on the defensive end for this team, Mark. But when it comes right down to it, we've got a lot of great options offensively. We've got two of the best players in the NBA. We did have two best players in the NBA before, but these two as playmakers are so dynamic. I think it just changes the dynamic when it comes to what the Lakers' future could be ahead, short and long term.
Figuring out right now what that dynamic is going to be and how they're going to use the ball, LeBron and Luka, because Luka has the highest, rate of ball usage in the NBA, and I'm certain that LeBron's not too far off that. So man, it's a massive change.
And Austin
But
Reeves is not far behind him.
behind that as well. So, you've got three players there that are used to using the ball a lot, but I don't know, man. I saw a clip of them. I don't know if you've seen this, but the three of them shooting at Lakers practice, they were shooting together just in a line, shooting threes, and it was bang LeBron, bang Luka, bang AR. Okay, now I know that you're not going to always do that on the, on the court, but man, it looks sick just seeing them together. It was super exciting. So they're going to have to get it right. But you're talking about Luka Doncic, who is the highest IQ player in the game. Then you've got LeBron, who's been touted as having one of the highest IQs to ever play the game. And you've got a pretty damn smart player there in AR, an untraded player who's made it as far as he has. And he's controlled games for us a lot. Now, we might not always like the fact that he's controlled games, but he's done it to the highest level that he can. Now he doesn't really need to do it all the time. So, man, yeah, like it's going to be insane to see what this turns out and how this, does LeBron just become a three guy now? Obviously not. But yeah, is Luka going to have the ball 85% in a team where LeBron's there? Like, I just don't know how it's going to all shake out, but I can't wait to see it. And when you've got two of the best, like AD is a top 15 player, but Luka's a top 3 player. So that, and it's not, and yeah, AD is obviously a much better defender, but Luka's the best, other than Joker, for me, the best offensive player in the game. So it just opens up your world to a whole lot of possibilities. Luka, to me, seems like a humble superstar as well. And I don't think he's going to, just come in here and say, LeBron, bro, I'm 85% usage rate. You do you when you get the ball. I just don't see that. He's not that type of character, guys. He's integrated other great players like Kyrie. When Kyrie's out there calling him Hermano, man, they grew pretty closely in a short period of time. Like Luka, you could see the devastation on his teammates' face, and that, yeah, front office might have been clueless and didn't like the guy, but his teammates do love him, man. So, yeah, Luka, it's going to be up to you how you put this all together, but I've got, the utmost faith in you and the whole world. There's no one I'd want more to put this together other than, obviously, Joker, than Luka, man. So, yeah, let's just see what happens. There's going to be, he's going to have to be unselfish at times, but I think he's going to do it. He's that type of character.
So before we head on out, Magic Band, again, it's the Lakers Fast Break, a snack pack for you. Truly appreciate it. Don't forget, tomorrow, we do have the Lakerholics coming on for you at 11 a.m. Pacific time. After that, we'll have on playback.tv/Lakers Fast Break for the game tomorrow. That's going to be against the Indiana Pacers. That time is scheduled at 1 p.m. Pacific. We'll have that up there for you. Then afterwards, of course, the best post game that's out there is right here at the Lakers Fast Break. But Magic Man, again, I think we're all still in anticipation for what's yet to come. Mark Williams may be able to play tomorrow. He's listed as questionable. So we'll see what happens with him. And then, of course, Luka on Monday. Are you excited about how this is all going to play out, my friend?
I'm very excited, Gerald. This is as close to the night before Christmas as you're going to get as a 40-year-old adult.
Hey, but he's not playing tomorrow, yeah? He's already been ruled out of tomorrow. Is that right, guys? Or?
Yeah, they are targeting Monday for Luka.
Okay.
Tomorrow for Williams is most likely, even though he's listed as questionable. But yes, Monday for Luka.
Yeah, just going to be an enjoyable experience, Gerald. And I think, I think that's what's hitting home the most with me is that now there are a lot of Laker fans who, Gerald, I've said this before, man. I'll watch the Wizards versus the Hornets. Like, that's how much I love basketball. Yeah. That being said, there are Laker fans who just turned it off watching a mediocre or piss poor product. and now they're going to be able to, hopefully, if they're patient enough, to enjoy basketball again.
Absolutely. And I'm definitely going to be enjoying it as well. Again, with the promise of what's there for me. And I know for a lot of the panel, that window went from being closed shut with LeBron and AD because there just didn't seem to be anything we could do to put around them with what limited assets that we had, Xbox, to now being open. And as Magic Man stated about his thoughts on the chances that the Lakers have, it is now just more than just a long shot. It is something, again, in any 7-game series in the playoffs with Luka and LeBron on the other side, Mark, they do have a chance.
They got a big chance. And when opposition teams now look at that lineup of Luka being in the team, they not only have to worry about what LeBron's doing on the offensive end and prior, obviously, AD, but they've got to start thinking about how the Lakers are going to play with Luka. So, yeah, we're a chance now in every sense of the word. And we were before with AD, and we all know that. But Luka can carry teams because he carries the ball. He's done it with Slovenia. He's done it with Dallas. He did it with Real Madrid from a super young age, guys. This guy in Madrid at the age of 14 or 15 was called El Matador. And he was special at that age, man. You look at his stats. I couldn't believe the stats he was getting at age like 15. Like, it's insane that he was averaging like 20 points in EuroLeague basketball, which is the next run down from the NBA. So this guy is an all-time talent, always has been. How he didn't go number one in the draft, well, I mean, whoever the GMs that were making that decision at the time, the one that took 1 and 2 in front of him, seriously, if they've still got their jobs, I don't know how, because this guy should have been taken number one every single day of the week, and we've got him. So, we've turned AD, who's a great career for us, into now a future that looks bright for 8 to 10 years, when we were coming up with some serious concerns about the next 18 to 24 months for our future as Laker fans, because LeBron was going to go, and then we're looking to pass the baton on to AD, who hadn't taken the baton for several years now when he was given the opportunity, and he's getting old too. So AD was going to be able to play at a high level for a few more years, but he wasn't going to be able to carry the team for 8 to 10 years, man. And that's why the fan base can't believe it. And Sean touched on it. There's a lot of Laker fans in recess for whatever reason, because LeBron's here and the way they're playing and things like that. I don't think I think some of those Laker fans that were waiting for LeBron to leave, I'm pretty sure they're going to be watching Monday, and they're going to be back in town because Luka's here now. And wow, what a special player to get. And just even seeing him there, the way he carries himself, the way he speaks, he's a nice man too. And that's important to have as your superstar player. So, yeah, man, like Sean just said, it feels like the night before Christmas, and you don't get too many of those when I'm the same age as Sean, when you're 40. Or, it feels like the last day of school. But man, yeah, it really does. Like, I haven't felt this giddy since potentially Josh Giddey in a while, man. And we'll just quickly touch on when the actual trade happened again. That moment's so unforgettable. And the way it made me feel like, when Spain won the 2010 World Cup, just absolutely euphoric. So, and it hasn't changed. It hasn't been like, you felt really happy for a couple of days, then it hit you like a ton of bricks, and it's just going to be continued happiness, because seeing Luka playing a Laker jersey, it's just feels surreal, man. But yeah, all good. Thanks so much for having this stream today, Gerald, so we could talk about JJ and obviously the changes. Is there talk that Joe might be having because the chat's always keen to see Joe potentially a nightcap later?
That's up to King Joe himself. We'll see. I think because someone asked, he usually acquiesce on that because he wants to be able to provide you guys with what he can. So he's still trying to figure out a time. I think was his last comment. Well, actually, his last comment was an insult to Sean in our WhatsApp, but I'll leave that at that. But
That's a given.
Yeah, that's a given between those two. But yes, the last comment to our chat, I think, was that he was trying to still work out a time. And if that's the case, I'll plug it in the schedule. Again, I'm sorry for not being able to schedule this one soon enough. So, but good crowd nonetheless, really good crowd. So I'm very blessed that you're here. If you get a chance, you're not yet subscribed, please do so. We had already 2 great subscribers today that came on during the show and subscribed. So it's greatly appreciated. Don't forget, you become a member, you get Xbox's latest article, my latest article that's there. I'll probably have to update one here in the not too distant future. You'll get as far as shorts that are exclusive there. You get videos that drop there first on a lot of occasions, plus more. So go ahead and check it out today. Just become a member for just $2.99 a month, right here from the Lakers Fast Break. And before we head out, Robert, last minute surprise. Blue, I think the Lakers, they kind of play bad on weekend early games, but I still think they're going to get it. I still think the euphoria is there. I know that LeBron may be tired because it's not a full 2 days off for him, but I think that they'll still get the job done, even though Indiana did play well against the Clippers, so they're not going to be any slouch on there. But your thoughts on the game tomorrow, and then we'll answer Robert's question before we head on out.
Man, the game tomorrow is super interesting. Not only is that early start where we don't play well, you wonder if there's going to be a little bit of hangover from the news, and does that eventually hit us? Is tomorrow that day where we do actually miss AD because we haven't missed him for the games that he was injured and then traded? So I am worried. Indiana are a super good team, man, and they have got serious momentum now with Halliburton. And there's a reason they made the Western Conference Finals last year. They had Eastern, of course. Yeah, they had a big hangover at the start of the year. Tyrese also went to Paris and stuff as well, and might have been partying too much in the off season. But I do look at it as a danger game. Now, if Luka was there, man, hands down win. Luka's not there, so LeBron's going to have to step up again. Can he do it with that break? I hope so. AR also can contribute more than he did the other day. I just want to, if we do lose, say, in a tough game, I want to see the right disciplines from the team to keep doing what they've done over the last few games with the ball movement, with the hunger to defend, with the right, being in the right position to get defensive rebounds. You just want to keep seeing the right signs. There's going to be a point where if you don't have a Luka or you don't have a Kleber or, these other guys that are supposed to be contributing to the play, that it's going to hurt the team. Is tomorrow that day? I hope not. But, I'm going to be realistic and, I'm going to give the Pacers a serious chance. But, if you've got a gun to my head, man, it's Lakers. The Lakers are going to win, and I hope we win to keep that momentum going for when Luka does play. But tomorrow's a super tough game, Gerald. Like, there's no – and, hey, I also – that's – I love watching, obviously, great players in this league, and Tyrese is one of them. So I look forward to seeing him at the Crypt. But, hopefully we can get the dub, obviously. That's the key tomorrow. But Robert's always asking great late questions, and again one. I'll read it out.
I'll set it for you.
Yeah, you read it out. Yeah, that's great.
Mark, how far can you now see the Lakers going in the playoffs now that we have Luka and Mark Williams? It's funny how he always tries to restructure the same questions leading into the same answers that he wants us to tell him and he wants to hear. My stance hasn't changed. I see us winning the title. Ours has changed that they now have a possibility of winning the title. I would not make them the favorites. We have to see how this team plays yet. We have seen absolutely 0 minutes on the floor with Luka and Mark Williams on this team yet, so we have to see how it all meshes out. But, as opposed to 1 week ago, Robert, they didn't have a chance 1 week ago. They do have a chance now with Luka and LeBron. Go ahead Xbox.
Yeah, look, where sometimes the panel can be at loggerheads with different issues, I think it's pretty consistent with all of us that we probably didn't feel like we were championship contending, Robert, prior to the trade. And I won't go on about AD and stuff again, guys. That's in the past. But now that we do have Luka, Robert, yeah, my stance has changed, and I can definitely see us winning a title. I just didn't feel that with AD, and I'm not going to talk about why because I've gone into depth with that. But Luka being the player that he is and being able to carry teams to where he has carried teams and his national team and being the ball dominant player, you just got to honestly, Robert and chat, just go and again, YouTube always shows the best side of people. Just go look at Luka highlights. Luka Legend highlights. Type in whatever you want to do with Luka and highlights. Sit there for 5 to 10 minutes, and you tell me that you've seen, like even LeBron at his peak, way different players. Man, this guy is so extreme. It's not funny. He averages the second most points in playoff basketball like history. The first is Jordan. Now, obviously, there's not the amount of games. Jordan played 179 odd games. Luka's played 50 odd. But man, he's 25. So when you're talking about this is a generational talent. This is not an Ant-Man where there's still speculation about how good the guy's going to be. And this is someone that's already proven it in Europe as a very young man. And then in his NBA career has only excelled and only gotten better. So hell yeah, man. Like we're definitely in with it, with a chance. And but it's gonna just be there's gonna be, like you keep saying, Gerald, a massive period of adjustment. So whether or not that period of adjustment comes quick enough to be able to be a real title threat this year, I hope so. Because man, imagine if we won the title, I'd be flying over to LA and we'd be in those parades.
We would be in those parades indeed. Again, funny how Robert Wheeler's vision of the Lakers has not changed from one or the other. Imagine how that happened. But yes, he is the eternal optimist. He is the Laker Tom of our chat now, I will go ahead and say, because he sees everything purple and gold. But again, more power to him for having the confidence in both this team now, what it was a week ago and what it is now right away. So with that, again, it is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. It is, of course, Gerald Glassford. Thanks again for watching this. We truly appreciate you joining us. It is, of course, Gerald Glassford along with Xbox. Xbox, again, great to have you here. I know it's early for you tomorrow with the 1 o'clock start time.
It's perfect. 7 a.m. for me. So that's, usually I get up for 4 a.m. to watch Barcelona play. So 7 a.m. is actually a blessing.
Yes.
I'll be on for sure.
I'm glad to have you there. I'll have that ready for you guys. And again, it is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. Truly appreciate you joining us. It is playback.tv/Lakers Fast Break. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., again, we do have 20 VIPs that we usually are able to give out on a game-by-game basis. As long as you're there, if you're one of the first to get there, first come, first serve. And as long as you stay on there, you'll stay a VIP. But once you leave, and if somebody's there, I give it to somebody else. And there you go. But you get a better look behind the scenes during the timeouts, what's going on the floor.
It's great.
You see what Xbox is looking at with all the different cheerleaders around the NBA. So, yes, always good to go ahead and check out what's going on behind the scenes with a VIP right here at the Lakers Fast Break. But beforehand, it is the Lakerholics at 11 a.m. tomorrow. That'll be an hour of euphoria. So you think Robert Wheeler is optimistic and speaking some good things? You have not seen anything yet when it comes to Laker Tom, because we now get to hear Laker Tom's reactions to what went on during the trade. So we'll get to hear all that. He'll probably, knowing him, predict 10 championships in a row. So that's just, and that Williams is the greatest
30% thing with AD, how he ended up under 30% for his Laker career. You can always,
you know what? I think I'm going to call him out then next time I talk to him on screen. I don't think I'll be hosting tomorrow because Jamie is sitting there, but next time, I don't want to send it to him because it's kind of like after the fact. I think I want to go ahead and tell him in person. I want to tell him.
Sounds good.
That's
Make sure it's recorded.
I've got it. I got it because it fell to 29-8 before he left the Lakers, and I'll just say that I was right and he was wrong on that. So I'll just leave it at that. But it is, of course, the Lakers fast break. You'll hear them. And then Joe, he is still. Have you worked out on the time yet, Joe?
Joey.
I know you're busy talking smack to Sean.
Yeah.
You're busy talking smack to me. You're busy talking smack to the chat. Yes, Tom is alive, Mission 24, and he'll be here tomorrow. Do you have a time for your wonderful Lakers nightcap tonight? Not sure about that, Blue. Okay. All right. Well,
I think he's talking about Blue's comment.
oh, he's talking about Blue's question. Okay. Was it true
Yeah,
the Lakers
yeah.
were asking about trading Kobe for LeBron in 2007? I don't think that's. Yeah, I've
Oh,
not
man.
heard that
Thank
one. But
that
I think
didn't
that's.
happen.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
I don't think that's good. I know that obviously he asked for a trade at one time, was very close to being traded to the Clippers, but that's probably as far as I want to go on that.
Yeah. Is Mark
yes.
Williams playing tomorrow, Gerald? Or that's not
Darren, if you
up
had
in the
$1 for every time I was right, you would be a millionaire because I have been right a lot of times on this show, and you know it. So there you go. I've been more right on this channel than it. And that I'm usually a very humble person, but I am going to pat myself on the back for that. So it is what it is. It's all here on the internet. So we will leave it at that. Once again, it is, of course, no, that's you. Every time somebody gave a penny for every time you were right. Yeah, you would have a dime. Yes, that's correct. You would have a dime based on your progress. And I'll just leave it at that.
That was Darren's only contribution
instead of the
today.
instead of the lame insults, can you tell the crowd when you're going to go ahead and come on, please? Be nice if you gave us some time.
You know he's not
Mark.
going to say anything. Blue, thanks, Blue. Blue, you're
well,
my boy.
Mark said it. I said it. You would have to explore trading AD, but Stone is the one who really gets credit on that one.
Yeah.
Stone said it 2 seasons ago.
But Blue knows I've copped a bit in the chat, so yeah, mad respect to Blue. But I don't know, guys. Like obviously with Joe's nightcap, it's typically in a couple of hours' time, so maybe work on that basis because Joe's not committing to a time right now, nor does he have to if he's out and about. So let's chill out.
I was actually no, Rodell, I wasn't. I've not been wrong. How was I wrong?
You're awesome.
Incorrect, Rodell.
Yeah,
I've actually been right on the money. I said he was a rotation player in the league.
Yeah.
I said he was a rotation player in the league, and that's exactly what he is.
There's others that haven't here, obviously, and there's people that have thought a lot less than you have about Christie, but you kept saying that he's a good rotation player.
You're awesome.
I said his future was being a rotation player in this league, and exactly I was right. I hit it right on the head, Rodell. You just don't like it. You just can't deal with it, and you were wrong on it because you see some stardom in him. If that's the case, he may play to that level. If that's the case, fine. But he is what he is right now, a rotation player in this league, exactly like I predicted.
You're
I said
awesome.
he would be a rotation player in this league for the Lakers or someone else, and I'm right on the money on that one. It's Joe, Stone, John, those others that said he wasn't even an NBA player.
Yeah, me.
You talked to those guys on that one, so
yeah,
that is correct, Rodell. That is correct, Rodell. You get it right for this time because that's correct. Joe said he was an NBA player. Read and watch. Listen. You said you listen to our shows. You said you watch our shows. I have said that ad nauseum 100 times about Max Christie. So please do not say things I didn't say, and we'll just leave it at that. I love it when I get to prove someone wrong. It's almost as good as when I get to prove Joe wrong every week, but we'll leave it at that. Joe, yes, tough. So Turner is out tomorrow.
Turner out, and the speculation, I think.
No, I did not say that. No, I did not. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. Incorrect.
Oh no.
Incorrect, Darren.
That's
Darren's
trying to stir, I reckon.
Darren, that is incorrect. I said and have always said that he is going to be a rotation player. Maybe back into the rotation, but I still said rotation player in this league for the
Okay.
Lakers or someone else. I figured he was going to be traded at some point with that contract. So there you go. I didn't think he would be staying with the Lakers because the Lakers just are not patient with those type of players. They usually will trade them off. I mean, they traded Connect, they traded Christie, they've traded so many other players, Zubats. I mean, the list is quite long on the players that they've given up on or traded away to go for bigger names or bigger fish. So yes, you are incorrect
they're
there.
starting to get stuck in. But with
Yeah.
the Max Christie, for me anyway, we wish him the best of luck. But even as a serviceable average player, I think there's sort of there a little bit dime a dozen for me in the NBA. So he is developing into a better player, and he's since he started for us, he did start playing quite well, but he's also not a superstar. So I don't know if we need to spend 4 hours talking about the guy. If he comes back to haunt us, well, that will be a different story. But I think we move forward with the players we have, and that's it. Just Doobie's been saying a couple things there, and interestingly, I think LeBron's been upgraded to doubtful for tomorrow. So fingers crossed LeBron does play, because obviously that's going to help. But if they see it as maybe a chance for him to rest and just come back full guns blazing when Luka starts, I don't know. That'd probably be not very logical because you want to keep the momentums going and winning. So, Doobie, good shout out to you for that news update on LeBron. But hopefully that's just a status thing and he does get out there. But Gerald, early days for me tomorrow, 7 a.m. For those of us in Australia. But we'll be here with you, and just can't wait, man. And then we can get into.
I don't
the
have any
playback
bet, Rodell. I'm not betting
Okay.
anyone. I bet here in Vegas for the Super Bowl. I'm not betting you anything, Rodell. So that we do not have a running bet on anything. We have a matter of opinion on Connect and Christie. Let's just leave it at that. So I have no running bet with you on this, and nor do I want to go ahead and have any running bet with you on. You've already been insulting to us, our entire staff, and our entire channel behind the scenes on emails. So no, I will not have any type of bet with you going forward, and we'll just leave it at that. You're lucky I even actually respond to you after how you insulted our entire crew, and we'll leave it at that. So. But again, it is, of course, Gerald Glassford. Thanks so much again for watching, listening. Truly appreciate it. We'll be here tomorrow for playback.tv/Lakers Fast Break. Again, also as well, the Lakerholics crew are coming at 11 a.m. Joe, whenever he decides to go ahead and grace you with his kingly presence, we'll go ahead and, I guess, stopping by for a nightcap. If he does let me know, I can schedule it. Otherwise, he'll just magically appear with that really ugly background that he'll have himself because, him and his ego will be on tonight to go ahead and bring you his nightcap. So for Mark, along with me, Gerald Glassford, thanks again for watching, listening. Any last thoughts, my friend, before we head on out?
Again, thanks for today's show. We decided to have a quick chat to keep the sorry if I went on mute, the Laker momentum rolling and the Lakers fast break momentum rolling. Hopefully Joe does have a show, guys, but if he doesn't, let's also give him a bit of a rest too. Gerald,
he is, you know what, again, all insults aside, he has done a lot for this channel over the past week, and again, as I said on the air publicly last night, he deserves a ton of credit. All kidding and joking and teasing aside that we do with each other, he deserves a ton of credit for all the hours he has put in since the Luka trade. So you guys got to get out there, appreciate the work that he does. And also when he starts his Dodgers fast pitch, I expect each and every one of you guys to go ahead and like and subscribe and help him out. So Yes.
And you know what, man? He runs his own business too, and he's a family man.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
work for a company where I can switch off when my day finishes. And I do have a partner, but I decided not to have kids because I like my life too much. So when you see guys like Joe and yourself and the hours that you put in, and we know that, I know you guys a little bit now behind the scenes. And when you're telling me stuff, Gerald, don't just thank Joe. And Joe, stop listening because there's going to be a few thanks flying here. But when you tell me that you are saving sleep for when you go to the other side, and I'm there telling you that I'm sleeping 8 to 9 hours and prioritize sleep, blah blah blah. We can't thank you enough for what you've been doing as well, man. Like the coverage you must 6, 8, 10 hours within a 24-hour time frame. It started to feel like this channel was like a 24/7 sports channel, and you can tell how grateful some of the people are in the chat for that as well. So thanks, Joe, if you're still listening. Thank you so much, Gerald, and obviously Sean and the rest of you boys. But if Joe doesn't come on tonight, guys, let's not lose the plot and give him a bit of respite, because it's not too long from that point until we're playing. And we'll obviously get a lot of content tomorrow as well. But yeah, love this family. It's such a good family and a good way to learn about the Lakers as well. It's not, and you can contribute too, guys. It's not like the Lakers Nation and things like that where you got to pay memberships, but unless you super chat, no one ever reads what you're saying, or if you email them, they wouldn't give two hoots. Gerald's interacting with us all the time, so it's a really special community. That's going to be harder if it gets bigger and bigger. But you can tell what these guys are like. It's genuine and it's real. So, yeah, man. Loving what you do, and thanks again.
You know what? Okay, we already have the Lakers fast break. I said that, if you always want to do your own shows here overnight, you're always welcome to run the channel to do so. But you know what? We haven't talked about your show, your channel upcoming. There's Lakers fast break, Dodgers fast pitch, and there could be a Barca fast. I don't know.
Yeah,
You want to
fast
put in there.
something. Well, look, fast break. When they go on a break in soccer, that's a very important term.
If you ever want to do a
or
soccer show on this channel,
yeah, maybe the Barcelona counter attack or something. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's actually a few people, ironically as well, like guys like Rafa and Eddie and Henry Hill. There's a lot of Barcelona fans here too, and so was Kobe. So yeah, oh man, what Joe and yourself and Sean know about the history of basketball is what I know about soccer. So I could definitely add a lot more to that conversation. But let's worry about our boys first. Let's worry about the Laker boys. But yeah, love obviously something that we'll explore in due course. And some Barca content on this channel would be pretty sweet crossover for me, Gerald.
It's up to you, my friend. If you ever wanted to do it, the channel's for all the time you put in, the channel's yours to do if you want.
Appreciate it. No worries. Yeah, but absolutely. All good. Nah,
I'm sure you got a lot of people in your life or people that you can reach out to that would love to hear about or love to talk to you on the air. So.
Oh, my brother would be all over it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, something I want to talk to him about more, because he'd be a really good. He's quite a character. So yeah, man, let's make that happen at one stage. Oh, shout out! Is that Danny? Yay,
yes.
Danny.
Hello, Danny.
Danny's coming
What's
late.
Going on,
Hope
Dan?
you're well, mate.
Yes, but actually, you and I are going to stay on because the evil Joe Soro will be on here in 20 minutes. He has decided. King Soro has decided to go ahead and grace us with his presence here in 20 minutes. So I'll just leave it on.
All right. Well, let's go for 20 when Joe joins. And Joe, don't take offense, but I'll have to go.
And you can
stage.
Yeah. Okay, because are you going to go when he comes on too, or because I know I'm going to be heading on out. So
I will, because it's about 2 p.m. my time, and I've got some stuff to do this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like the way it
Paradise is calling.
Mate, today's a beautiful day too, and I went for. I try to get my 21,000 steps, at a minimum. I'm about 19,000 right now. Yeah, I went for a big walk this morning, but then I went for a swim, and Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've lived in a city in Melbourne where I didn't get much exposure. You could if you wanted to the water and things like that. All I can say, guys, is that you might live in places that aren't close to water. If you get an opportunity to go in water or to see water, do it as much as possible because it's great for your health and mental health.
Absolutely.
So that's why I just can't get enough of it. And of course, there's a lot more to just see than the water.
That's
Especially,
true.
it's
Very
insane
true
these
indeed.
days.
So let's
Yeah,
keep it rolling then with the Lakers content while Joe is getting ready to come on the show. And once again, it is the Lakers fast break. This will be turning into a nightcap here in a little bit with Joe, but right now it's the snack
sweet.
pack finishing up. I did want to ask you though, while I've got you so here, we talked about JJ Redick and what the task is ahead of him when Luka Doncic and Mark Williams comes in. What about LeBron? We always talk about everybody else, but this new Luka LeBron pairing. LeBron, as you saw last night in New York, as far as in the Intuit Dome, you saw him playing still at an extremely high level. That first half is a clinic from LeBron and how he plays. Last night, the second player over 40 besides Michael Jordan to ever score over 40 points. Last night, 42 and 17. The last player to do 40 and 15 rebounds plus in a game is someone named Shaquille O'Neal. He is now the oldest and the youngest to ever get over 40 points in a game. So he has all that stuff. So with that, my friend, how does LeBron have to adjust his game once Luka gets on that court?
Well, yeah. There's
Oh, by
going to
the
be
way, how are you tracking your steps? By the way, do you have an Apple Watch or something?
Yeah, I just did that. I've got a Fitbit, so this is my
Okay,
Fitbit
Fitbit.
here.
Okay.
Yeah, which is I've been wearing for a couple years now, and yeah, absolutely love tracking steps. But yeah, look, there's going to be, like we keep saying, a massive period of adjustment for everyone here. But yeah, it's going to obviously be the most for Luka and LeBron. And I don't know how it's going to play out. I just don't, because you've got someone that, and AR, who we keep mentioning here in the mix as well. But when you've got someone that uses the ball 80 to 85% of the time, Luka, and then you've got someone who uses the ball equally as much, not as high, but super, super high in LeBron, who becomes the primary ball handler? We're all obviously saying it's going to be Luka. But yeah, that's the adjustment. That's why these guys get paid as much as they do. That's why JJ gets paid, $5 to $10 million a year to work these things out. So I just feel like Luka's going to look at this like an opportunity to take rest at times. So when he is like we said before, just say he's handling the ball 80% of the time now. Say he goes back to 60, and that 20% that he's missing obviously is going to go to LeBron. Does Luka then, become an even more offensive juggernaut because he simply doesn't miss because he's not as tired offensively? Or does he make up for that 20% that he's missing on offense and put that energy into defense, which gets you chips? So, I don't know how it's going to mix, how the mix is going to play out. It's obviously very interesting. Now, if you traded LeBron for Luka, then it's a easy fit. It's all about Luka getting the ball. So, man, that adjustment's going to be interesting. But you got the highest IQ player in basketball, Luka. You've got one of the highest IQ players of all time in LeBron. You wouldn't want anyone else put with this challenge to make this fit. And I think there's enough time on the basketball court to spread the ball and to change that usage rate up. Like for Dallas, before Kyrie got there, it was obviously important. He was pretty much the only one that could use the ball. They had Spencer and stuff, who's there now again, but it was all about Luka. And then, Kyrie came in and was more of a default option, where LeBron carries the ball more than Luka. So, man, yeah, it's a really, really interesting trade when you put that in, and you've got a superstar that, two superstars that are 15, 16 years in age apart as well. So, yeah, but like I keep saying, who else would you have wanted to put in this situation? Yeah, Luka and LeBron, the two highest IQ players in the game. We'll see what happens, man. But yeah, LeBron, the way he's played over the last few games has been crazy. Now, there's obviously still the worry about, can he do it for 4 quarters? Well, now that we got Luke, he's not going to need to. So if he can explode like that when we need him the most, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff with the future. And that sort of the drive he has is still, when he wants to go downhill, it's still unblockable. So you've got that aspect. And yeah, when he lights up and starts sort of getting that momentum from three, which he does, he can still shoot very well as well. So I've got to give it to LeBron. Honestly, yeah, we said it before. I am his age. It is hard to believe when you see performances like that yesterday. It is hard to believe what he's doing, because you look at Steph Curry and Steph's just not the same. Like, he's good at the Olympics, but Steph put up, was it 35 shots for 13 out of 35 or something insane to get his 37 points. Steph's got 3 years still to be LeBron's age. I don't see Steph making it to, he'll make 40, but he won't be at the same level LeBron is. KD's still playing a very, great level for how old he is. But yeah, man, I gotta give it to LeBron. He is a freak of nature. Basketball's such a demanding game. It's not like, with the quarterback where they can be protected and they play 16 effectively games a year, although they can get smashed. To be playing NBA basketball at the level that he is, day in, day out at age of 40, yeah, mad respect to him.
Absolutely. So it's going to be something that I think we're going to have to go ahead and give some time to mesh. But again, you have two of the best players in the world. I don't think it'll take too much time. But for JJ, the task is tall. Getting something done correctly for working guys that will work well both offensively, both with Luka and LeBron in there. Then the times you're going to have LeBron in there by himself, and the times you're going to have Luka in there by himself. You got to find those rotations that fit best alongside each and every one of those different scenarios and those different looks. Again, Austin, I don't know. He's the wild card in all this. Yes, defensively, we're not going to discuss that because absolutely he's just a detriment there. But offensively, he does so much for you. I don't know if he's going to be starting, if he's going to be coming off the bench. I understand that we've said repeatedly he's best probably in this situation to be coming off the bench, but you have agents in the play for all this, Mark, and you have agents that are in these guys' ear each and every day, like Rui and like for Austin, saying you don't want to just cleanly accept a demotion to the bench because of what has happened, because of how much it's going to affect their future. Because both of these guys, we just saw what Rui turned 27 today, prime of his career.
Yeah.
Austin Reeves, 26-ish right there himself, I believe, or thereabouts, prime of his career. These guys are, one season away from really having to worry about what's coming up for their future. And even though right now it's probably in their best interest for a title run for them to go ahead and be the 6-7 guys coming off the bench, I'm just wondering what those conversations will be like for JJ if he has to ask either or both of them to do just that.
Yeah, but they play a team sport, so I don't know, man. Like I find that that's the thing with the NBA and the way the contracts work. How different players are motivated to play at different times for, given it's a contract year and things like that. For a start, I think these are like high character individuals. Whether he's in the last 6 months of his contract or with if he's in the first 6 months of a new big contract, I don't think that's going to change the way he plays. I feel the same about Rui. Rui played poorly at times, but I didn't feel like it was because of a contract or. I think these are high character guys. I think you've got an opportunity to win a chip with LA. That's life changing. Now, and you'll be remembered forever. So they could parlay, a championship into someone like Austin Reeves could elevate his contract 2 or 3 times its current value. So you've got to look at it at different ways. Obviously, anyone wants to play the most amount of minutes they can, and obviously anyone wants to, take possession of the ball. These guys, at a high school or at a gym game or in college, they're the best of the best. So when you put them all in the mix and they've got even better players to contend with, sometimes that's very hard mentally to get over. But man, I just don't like. For me, Luka seems to have that character of where people want to play with him. So that's a good start. Now it's about AR and Rui knowing their place and contributing at the highest level. I think Shaq, man, one thing that I don't like that Shaq said, and the way we describe players now as the others, that is so derogatory, man. They're not just other players. This is a team. NBA, yeah, it is a superstar led team, and your superstar typically is going to be your best player and your MVP and your most loved. But man, something like when I go back to the squads that we had, say in '09 and 10, man, that was sick. Lamar Odom, Ron Artest. Like, are they really other players? Is Rui an other player? Is AR an other player? These guys are top players, man. So I don't know. I just hope they look at it like I used to look at team sport, and they do everything they can to win. And if that means sacrificing the ball in AR's case, in LeBron's case, in Luka's case, if that means Rui coming off the bench because DFS is a better fit and they want to play Vando or something, man, it's all about the team. There's no one, if this trade didn't prove that there's no one bigger than the game, and there's no one bigger than the Lakers, man. There's no one bigger than this club. So you got to sacrifice, man. And I hope that, yeah, your conversations with your agents are always going to be about money. But these are high character individuals. I even think Gabe, who I love Gabe's face now, I think he's a high character individual too. And I think they've kept players that they wanted that are high character individuals. I'm not saying Christie's not, but he was young. And he still, he would have gone through some growing pain later in this year or in playoffs. We hadn't seen him contribute. So, yeah, man, I don't know. I think these are higher character boys. I see them as a collective squad with a couple of superstars there. But, LeBron's, like, to his credit, he's not really he's a jovial character as well. You can see he jokes with the other players and that. So that I think works well with the mindset of the younger people of today, where Kobe was quite hard and he wouldn't speak to you if he didn't really value you. LeBron's obviously a bit more getting the team integrated. You can see it with the way Rui interacts with him and the dabs and stuff they all do before games. So I just hope we can gel as a team. There's going to be the teething pains that we keep discussing about in the periods of adjustment. But once we get through that, man, I don't know. When I look at the roster and the players and Vando, these are really high character guys, man, that are looking at this like we can bring a chip to LA. Tied up with Boston and potentially go ahead of them in the future. There's nothing better than winning a chip as a Laker. And that's it. That's how I feel about it. Obviously, we're Laker fans, but they're facts. So, Rui, AR, step up, man. We love you, man.
Dameless says, Mark, there are others. Shaq is from an older generation where people aren't so PC, and he absolutely credits
but
the
like,
others
who's
for
talking about
championships.
being political correct? Like, the word "other" is not a political correct word. That's when you're talking about political correctness, you're talking about stuff that we don't talk about on this channel. The use of "other" is talking about your teammates, bro. Now imagine you're like his teammate and he just calls you an other. That, like, is AR an other? it's Rui and other. Like, yeah, of course, Thane. Like, in by definition, you could, say that. But I personally, Thane, I thought Shaq and the use of that word to this day is still wrong. They're your teammates, bro. Your teammates. And when when he was getting hacker-shacked and he couldn't shoot free throws late in quarters and he needed his teammates to hit shots, were they others then? Did Michael Jordan talk about his teammates as others? I'm just saying that word for me is incorrect. They're teammates, and that's how I want this team to look at it. And that's how Luka Doncic is as a person. So I hope that sort of galvanizing aspect of a team works here. Maybe it won't. Maybe we need someone like Shaq who doesn't look at players as teammates. But yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with the PC part of that. It's got nothing to do with it, in my opinion.
Once again,
but I love Thane,
there you go.
and he should come on more. He was great.
Yeah, he should come on. Yeah, he was great last time he was on here. So yeah, he's always welcome back. It is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. It is, of course, Mark, aka Xbox, along with me, Joe Glassford. Thanks so much again for listening. And before he heads on out and before he tries to get Jessica Alba's phone number, because she is now available if you've read the recent news. Just kidding, my friend. I hope your girlfriend doesn't actually hear us talk like this.
Yeah. No, she's doesn't.
Okay,
No,
good.
of course
There
she
you go.
does. Nah, that's all good fun. She knows, I talk it up, but yeah.
All good fun indeed. Okay, but before we
knows
head
me.
and turn it over to the Lord himself, Lord Joe Soro, I want to go ahead and ask you one final question. Again, it has been a great ride since the Lakers have got Luka. We've seen all and heard all the reaction videos and all the reaction podcasts and all. Everybody's gone crazy around this world. Dallas is banking on that Luka will not become that player that he was on a trajectory to as an all-time great. That's what they're banking on. And if that's the case, switch the feed. No, switch the feed. Just get on the link. Get on the link, and there you go. Just get the link, and there you go. It's just easier.
Come on, Joe.
I'll put on your dang intro here in a little bit. Just get on the dang here. I'm not going to.
Crowd's
Left
waiting.
everything catered for him. Just get on the dang link. I'll put on your dang intro, and there you go. I'll put on your dang little eyeballs peering out at everybody on the background. There you go. I'll do all that for you. Just get here on the link now when you can. Yes, I'm not going to switch the feed and shut things down while we got 60 people watching. Why do you want to do that? No, I'm not going to do it. Shut up. All right,
Joe,
get on here.
I'm starving,
Yes.
bro.
Yes, come on. Yeah, he's starving. You got a man that's starving there. But before we again, Lloyd says Austin is going to cost us a championship, but if he could play defense like he did the first year, well, if he could play defense, Lloyd, like he played against Murray in that short window of time, absolutely. His defense otherwise has been pretty substandard. FIBA, he was terrible. And then it matriculated into that regular season. He really stepped it up with some efforts, I guess, last year? At the beginning of last year, he started step it up in the right direction. And of course, we saw he really played with great effort on the defensive end, Mark, during the Denver series. Of course, we know Murray hit the game winners. One was against him. I think one was against either Davis or Vanderbilt or someone like that on the other. But the numbers overall in that series were dramatically down for Murray. So you got to give some credit there to Reeves if that's the case. But Reeves, since then, has really gone back to some really porous defense for this team. But if he can ever find a way to become a decent defender once again, what a different dynamic does that make for the Lakers?
Like we're talking about AR, yeah? Like, that's what we don't know about this whole thing. The fact that AR is going to be used less on offense, can he do more on defense now? Hard to know. Obviously, he's not a Tony Allen, or he doesn't have that potential in terms of his all-out defense. But it's not to say that he can't defend well at times too. And I just don't know. I think we're overrating the whole defense thing. We're sort of obsessed that we got to be the number one defensive ranked team to win it all. Just don't feel like that anymore with these offensive guns. Obviously, you've got to defend. This is the NBA, but we've got a unique opportunity here to outshoot teams. So yeah, like everyone's going to have to step up and play a form of defense. But AR, like there was a comment there. We should have by Lloyd in terms of trading Christie. Shouldn't have traded Christie. We should have traded AR. I don't feel that. It's not a contract thing. Just if you gave me those two players and I was, in the practice court and I had to choose one of them, I'd be going AR every day of the week. He's played some huge games for us in huge moments. Obviously, he's a bit older than Max too, but I don't know, man. I just think I'm all about character as well, and I think he's a high character guy. And
yes,
that's
no question about that.
Yeah, not that Max wasn't either, but I think you've just got to give these guys a chance. As we're constructed now, whether you call them others or you don't, this squad is super nice now because we got the addition of Luka Doncic. It was okay with AD, but now we got a top 2 player in the world, top 3 player in the world. So, yeah, man, we'll see. But AR, I said it before, I said it at the time, he was the last player I wanted traded after the trade because I see him fitting with Luka. If he can just concentrate on not having to carry the ball as much, getting open to score, he can shoot, man. He can shoot real well, especially when he's not trying to create his shot. So, yeah, I can't wait to see AR unlocked. I absolutely love watching AR play. I can't believe he's on the money he's on, man. And I can't believe he was never drafted. It's insane when you watch him play. It's got to be one of the best undrafted players ever.
Absolutely. For us anyways, absolutely. But I will say again, Mark, it's been great having you here. I know you said you're hungry. You got to jet on out. You got things to do. Joe, get on here. I put on your dang. It's 8:00. I'll put on your dang background. I'll start you up with your dang intro. Just get on here and I'll switch it over to you. It's just that simple. Why do we have over 50 people watching. Why do you want to make them try and go and shut down this show and put you on? Thank you. All right. So with that, he will be coming up next. I'll go ahead. Mark, I don't mean to scare you when I do this, please. So please, I don't want to scare you. But here it comes. Here it comes. All right. There you go with the evil eyes. Or even evil eyes there.
Yay,
there you go. All right.
A subscriber.
Thank you, Toronto. Appreciate it. Tara, I know. Torino for subscribing. It is, of course, the Lakers Fast Break. Joe's coming up right now. The Lakers College coming up at 11. Indiana versus Lakers on playback at 1. A great weekend lining up for you. And it all starts right now with Joe Soro coming up right now for you on the Lakers Fast Break.
Geez, I thought you guys would never leave.
Shut up, Joe.
Yeah, that's what I thought, punk. Hey, what's up, guys? I said I'd be here at 8, so I don't know what it was. Get over here. Get over here. It's 8:00. Anyways, welcome, folks, to the Nightcap. I'm your host, Joe Soro. This is the Lakers Fast Break. I've had to endure Gerald's, stuff here, and Sean especially. So I'm going to try to pep up the evening a little bit more for everyone. It's been an interesting night in the NBA. Close game there with Charlotte and San Antonio. I know some of you have watched that, but I think De'Aaron Fox probably had that shot if the clock had started just a hair bit later. So he's kind of living up to his clutch shooting at that point. That was a pretty cool game. I had a chance to watch the last 5 minutes of it. Raphael, probably not tonight. I have a drink, but I don't know about a shot. We'll see how it develops. We'll see what happens. Wasn't sure if I was going to have a show tonight, but I had a quick evening in terms of dinner and festivities, so I figured, you know what, gotta talk to my peeps, gotta talk to y'all, and start preparing for what's coming tomorrow. So the first new player is so far possibly scheduled to play tomorrow. There's a word that he's questionable. Usually questionable, it means it's a better chance of it happening than not. So I'm kind of excited to see what Mark Williams does. And I also heard Mr. Turner is not going to be available tomorrow. I don't know what kind of boo-boo you got today, but we'll definitely hopefully take advantage of that, because I'd love to get this win tomorrow so that the Lakers can go into Monday's game with Luka likely playing and start going on a really good winning streak. I have a pretty good feeling Luka's going to acclimate seamlessly. Maybe it's wishful thinking. Maybe I'm delusional, but I just think he's too smart of a basketball player and too perfect of a fit. And we'll get a chance to find out on Monday on that. Let's see here. AR obsession has to stop. Max would have been a better fit, and the ball will not be in AR hands. Lloyd, I don't know about that. Jury's still out on Max Christie. I know everyone's getting their jollies off for him, but I'd rather do the audition with Reeves right now. And if for some reason he fails miserably, the Lakers are going to have some options in the summer, especially with Gabe Vincent's expiring contract. His number, I think the total would be around 25 mil or so. The Lakers can go after somebody with that and maybe use some of their draft capital that they can do, the ones that are switches. I call them switches. Hey, Ali, how you doing, guys? I think Joe would agree that we should have kept Max. No, I honestly, Lloyd, I'm indifferent on whether to keep Max or not. If you came to me and said, should we allow Reeves to be here versus Max? You got to understand, Max doesn't have the experience already that Reeves does. So you got to go with Reeves at this point. Reeves, I think, would be. You got to see how Luka plays with Reeves. I think that's going to be the telltale sign on how this works out. Max, I don't know, guys. I'm still not sold on Max. I'm going to have to see more from him, and I'm sure he'll have less pressure in Dallas playing next to Kyrie, but I don't know. I think the Lakers did make the right choice. I think keep it. I don't think that. I think they did get some offerings for or some demands for Austin when they were trying to get Detroit. I think maybe they were asking for more draft capital and possibly Austin Reeves. Probably why they didn't go after Durian. Maybe they talked to Indiana about Turner and they wanted the same thing. I don't want to put that kind of pressure on a guy that's now sort of starting to come into his own. Whereas Austin, I think, is a little bit more dependable, especially at the free throw line. He can actually dribble and traffic, and has a good knack of creating contact and getting and ones. Those things are important in close games, as well as especially in the playoffs. And the chemistry of the team is different, and it's going to be different forever at this point as long as Luka's playing. We don't have to worry about those late time shot decisions. Luka is very, very dependable there, and the Lakers haven't had that since Kobe. That right there is going to change a lot of these games. The games that the Lakers seem to not be able to close are quickly going to be closed in a good way because you have Luka, and that's going to make LeBron, feel a little bit better, less pressure on him. He can roam around in those times, maybe get a putback in case there's a missed shot, or an alley-oop. Who knows? Good pick and roll. Open up the three. Now you're going to see, even if somebody dives to the basket, they get the ball, everybody collapses, boom, there's an open shot for somebody else. You're going to see a lot more of that. And I'm looking forward to seeing that. So let's see here. I know you guys have had some questions here. Where are we here? LeBron is always questionable. So hold on a second. Blue Magic Joe, looking forward to seeing the Black Mamba Luka. Yeah, I got to go look. I know that you can make the jersey. So I'm going to create the jersey and then put Luka's number on it. And I'll be sporting that as soon as I get it ordered. It just makes too much sense. The Black Mamba jersey is the best jersey I've ever seen. I have a Adidas version of it. It wasn't called the Black Mamba jersey. This was maybe 12 years ago, 15 years ago. Very, very nice jersey. Matter of fact, on the next show, I'll wear it, and you get a chance to see what that looks like. It's a Kobe 24 Adidas jersey. Adidas used to supply the jerseys before Nike took over. I think it was maybe 7 years ago. Joey, we gonna win the chip. You know, you know what, Freedom? I feel good. I feel good saying that. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I feel good when I hear it. There's gonna be some luck involved here. The chemistry, how fast, injuries not happening, things like that. If they get a good seed, something like a 2 or 3, there's definitely going to be a chance. We got to see how Luka plays here in the next few months. We do have to be patient. We got to see how they play it out in terms of building their chemistry. So we can't get frustrated if they maybe lose a couple games here and there when they should win. I'm feeling pretty confident to see what Luka's going to do with his newly healed calf. So his calf had been an issue for a while. This time he really, really made sure that it was healed 100%. I think that's the difference between now and before. That's good. And he looked pretty slim when I saw his video with him wearing the Laker gear. So I don't know where that 270 was. If he was 270 in December, he's lost weight since. So he might have fixed his diet. I don't know. And I'm still puzzled at what's going on with that whole thing with Dallas. There's something weird about what happened there. Why would they trash him, number one? And if it's really about the money that they didn't want to pay him the Supermax, wouldn't it have been more professional just to tell him? So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe one day we'll find out. Other than that, I really don't give a shit. He's a Laker, and that's all I care about. And I'm glad it happened. So Frederick, my starting 5. I'm gonna say the starting 5 is likely going to start on Monday should Luka play. I'm seeing Luka, Reeves, DFS, LeBron, and Williams. I think that's what JJ Redick is going to go with. If my thoughts on that is, I probably would experiment with Gabe Vincent at the 2, and then putting Austin on the bench and having him be the 6th man. And you have Rui and Austin coming off the bench. There's also a 50-50 shot that he might not start DFS and actually put Rui in. So it would be Luka, Reeves, Rui, LeBron, and Williams due to the seniority on the team. And then just see how the matchups kind of play out. If that's a starting lineup that continues to be consistent game in and game out, no matter who they play, you'll probably see that starting lineup every game, and then you'll see switches throughout the quarters, maybe beginning of the second half if they're struggling. Maybe there'll be a closing lineup, like Vincent at the 2, DFS at the 3. And then they're going to be bringing in Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is going to be a defensive guy. I think you're going to see Williams, Vando, and DFS in important spots against bigger teams. So if they were going to play Cleveland, I think you'd see those 3 playing much more when you're dealing with a Jared Allen and now a Hunter. Basically, the big teams, the guys that have big guys up front, guys that are skilled up front. I heard Nico wife was obsessed with Luka, so Nico traded him. Lloyd, it's the first time I've heard anything like that. Is that you pulling stuff out of your ear, or is that true? I haven't heard anything like that. Maybe you're thinking about that kind of stuff. However, let's say if it was true, that would make sense. But I think what would happen is Nico would get fired if that was the case. You don't fire Luka. Luka is your franchise. So for them to fire or trade Luka, either they're worried about the prognosis in the near future, or it's just they didn't want to pay him 345. I keep hearing different numbers, so it's 345, 346, or 347. I've heard all three of those numbers for one player, because he would have ended up making what is that? Looking at the numbers here real quick. Let's just say 350 to even it out. So you're talking about 70 million a year. Now the cap's going to go up, so that number won't be as drastic as it would be now, according to where they're at right now. But if it is in fact not discussed, but it is the fact that they didn't want to pay Luka 70 million, then we know that the Lakers are going to do that, and they're going to make sure that they're going to keep him competitive. Luka is a budding star, much like Shaq was when he arrived to LA. LeBron came to LA a little seasoned. He wasn't out of his prime, maybe advanced prime in 2018. But you saw quickly the following year when he got a little help, he was pretty competitive. This team is pretty good. It's not the greatest, but it's pretty good. And you have LeBron James. And I've been asking this question to a few people. I might have asked it on here, and we didn't really delve into it too much. But if you switched LeBron on that Dallas Finals team last year instead of Kyrie, do the Dallas Mavericks win that championship? I think that's a good comparison if you wanted to kind of get an idea of what this team could be. So what do you all think? Do you think that if switch LeBron and in place of Kyrie, do the Mavericks lose 4-1 to the Celtics? I have a very good feeling that I wouldn't. Worst case, maybe 7 games and a loss. But I have a pretty good feeling I think Dallas would have won that series. But maybe I'm being a homer. I don't know. I have a good feeling that LeBron wouldn't have been able to get shut down, even at this time in his career. Wouldn't have been able to get shut down the way Kyrie got shut down. Kyrie got destroyed in that finals. One of the pretty bad performances from a player of his caliber. It reminded me a little bit of James Harden in 2012 when he got just destroyed. And that ended up being something really bad for Oklahoma City because he got destroyed in the finals that year, lost to Miami in 5, especially after winning the first game. Oklahoma City wasn't really comfortable giving him a max, and that ended up creating the trade where they traded him to Houston and then got back Kevin Martin and a package of stuff that just didn't really sit well in the end, and they couldn't really advance from that. Let's see here, Joe. I'll be shocked if we get swept in the playoffs. Swept. Yeah. Healthy team. This team, I don't see us getting swept. I don't think that's going to happen. Luka's too good to get swept. This stage is right now in his prime, so I'm not worried about a sweep unless there's an injury to either Luka or maybe LeBron. The real question is, what kind of advantage are they going to have when they get in? So looking at the standings right now, I'm going to pull this up. I think they're sitting at 5 still, and yeah, so they're they're tied right now with Houston and Denver with 19 losses. Denver and Houston have played 2 and 3 games more. Obviously, the Lakers had to reschedule 2 of their games due to the LA fire. Otherwise, you'd have probably a better idea of where they would be next to those guys. But let's say the Lakers end up sitting at the 3 at the end of the year, because Memphis right now is 3 games ahead of them in the loss column. But let's say the Lakers get the 3 seed. I think if they get the 3 seed, you're looking at there's a possibility that you could play any team. You could end up playing Dallas. Dallas might even be able to get up to the 6. Houston might drop to the 6. Minnesota might be at the 6. Right now, they're at the 6. So how would that work out? How would that Laker team do playing against Houston? I think if they were fortunate enough to play Houston in the first round, I think they have an advantage, especially at home. I think they could probably win that series in 5 or 6. And it would be a nice little start to kind of get things going. I don't think Houston's kind of young. They don't really have, I mean, Sengun is good and Fred VanVleet is obviously a champion, but I don't know if they're a threat yet. I don't think they are. And I think the Lakers would have a good series and get out of that. And beyond that, I would say, let's say Denver gets the 4 and they're going to play, I don't know, let's say they play the Mavericks. So now you've got an interesting scenario there. You're going to have the Mavericks playing Denver, and I'm going to probably pick Denver in that series, which would create a ruckus in Dallas if they go to the playoffs and end up getting bounced in the first round by Denver. That's probably how that would play out. I really believe Denver would beat Dallas, no matter how good Dallas was playing. I think Jokic has something on AD at this point. I don't think they'll be able to shake it. So right out the gate, you're going to have Denver at the 4, they win. Lakers at the 3, they win. Do I see an upset if Memphis stays at the 2? Let's say they end up playing the Clippers. I don't know. Or maybe let's say Minnesota. I think Minnesota might be a better pick there. If they play Minnesota, I think that's a pretty competitive series, even though it's pretty lopsided in terms of seeding. But I'm going to say, let's just say Memphis wins that series, and of course Oklahoma City wins their game. Let's say the Clippers get the 8 seed. Then you're looking at Oklahoma City, Denver, Lakers, and what was the other team? Memphis, Oklahoma City, Denver, Lakers. So now you have a Final 4 in the West with Oklahoma City, Memphis, Denver, LA. LA then faces Memphis in the second round, which I feel pretty comfortable that the Lakers can take that series as well. I think that would be the ideal way to start the playoffs, because I think Houston's too young, not experienced enough. Memphis still has a lot of vulnerability, and the Lakers seem to play very well against them no matter what. And then you let Denver and Oklahoma City battle for who's going to play LA in the Western Conference Finals. Lakers wouldn't have to go through both Oklahoma City and Denver to get to the finals. I think that would be a huge advantage considering the franchise shifting roster that just happened here this week. And then at that point, let's drop the ball. Let's see let's see the best. Let's see who wins. Yeah, it would be interesting. I think that would be the best scenario. I think that's what I would prefer, considering what's going on here. The West is already pretty competitive. Trying to stay up in those seeds is pretty competitive. So any chance you can play a team or teams where you have the advantage in the psychology part, also in the roster spot, and the fact that they're maybe not seasoned enough or maybe don't have enough to get, put enough pressure on you to beat you. Yeah, I'd say that would be the ideal scenario. And then, of course, you're going to have to try to beat Oklahoma City or Denver. That one, I did predict Denver to go to the finals, so I'd have to pick an upset with Denver beating Oklahoma City. It's probably not going to happen. I think Oklahoma City, especially if Chet Holmgren is healthy, I think they probably take Denver, especially with the way Denver's kind of teetering a little bit, but you don't really know. You don't know if they're really putting everything in. Maybe they're saving themselves for it, but I'll still pick Oklahoma City at that point. Although I would kind of sort of want to see Denver to kind of get a little revenge with Luka now at the helm, because Luka likes to eat. He likes to eat barbecue nuggets. Remember that, folks. When we start seeing Denver getting smacked around by the Lakers, it's going to be Luka with the barbecue nuggets. So stay tuned to that. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, I'll get to some of your comments, guys. Do Houston and Denver have a tiebreaker right now? No. Denver is a half a game up there, Judah. But nothing really means anything right now. It's too early, so it doesn't really matter. Let's see here. With progress defensively, the way we've been shooting, and Luka and LeBron closing, nobody will beat us. If the way the Lakers have been shooting has been very good. They're hitting their open shots on a consistent basis. So absolutely, if they continue that, it's only going to get better with Luka at the helm. And of course, LeBron isn't going to have to use as much energy controlling the ball anymore, because Luka's going to be handling probably 3/4. He could handle. They're going to help each other out. Actually, they're going to help each other out. Luka has been the basis of everything in the offense in Dallas, and a lot of these soft tissue injuries. Sure, maybe there's some conditioning issues there, but it's also a lot of usage. With LeBron being able to do his thing and Luka doing his thing, I think Luka will actually be able to maybe scale back a little bit, especially when he sits for rest. If he can play 36 minutes a game and maybe dominate the ball for 30 minutes instead of 36 minutes or 38 minutes. I think he played 44 minutes last year. I have to look at that exactly. Someone had said he played 44 minutes. It might have been in the playoffs, but I can't remember. But he played heavy minutes last year. And if we can have him be just as efficient, just as great, playing 8 minutes less, hell, just 6 minutes less, a half a quarter less, it's going to go a long way in preserving Luka. And the deeper they go into the playoffs, the easier it is for him to dominate. That is the exciting part, guys. That is the exciting part. This guy is extremely competitive, okay? This guy ripped his shirt, threw things out. This guy wants to win. He really, really wants to win. He cares about winning, and he shows it. And if you get him in a fresh scenario, he's not killing himself, and he's winning, woo, I'll take him over anyone, even Jokic. So we're going to get a chance to see it, guys. And even if the Lakers don't win a championship this year, guys, it's okay. It's okay. The Lakers are going to be able to get their kind of test here, and they're going to be able to go in the summer with some way of possibly improving the team. They're going to have expiring contracts. They're going to have players that teams may want and are making decent money, so you can package it. So I wouldn't worry too much. I wouldn't. The Lakers have a couple swaps too, so if they have to include one of those, the Lakers, I think, are in good shape either way. Now, next year, even though LeBron's going to be a year older, next year is going to probably be the big, like, hey, the Lakers have to win this, and for two reasons. Number one, this team is set to win now. It has a chance, especially with parity kind of creeping up in the NBA. The other is it's going to likely be, at least contractually, it's gonna be LeBron's last season, unless he extends his contract this summer. Could be his last season, and again, and he's a year older. You don't know how that plays out. So far this year, knock on wood, he's been pretty. He's been pretty healthy, and if he continues to stay healthy, keep playing like prime LeBron. And Luka's going to make this easier, guys. That's the beautiful thing about this. Luka's not even here yet, okay? He's going to make it easier for LeBron, and he's going to help Luka at the same time, but especially LeBron. He's not going to have to control the ball, bring up the ball almost the entire game, especially in close games, especially those close games and against the Denver teams or the Dallas teams or the Boston teams. All that stress is going to be kind of given out to the next guy, and the next guy is Luka, and then Luka to LeBron. They're gonna help each other. It's gonna be an interesting assessment when this is done. Is Luka gonna end up being the best teammate that LeBron has ever had? Can't say that right now, obviously. Right now, I still think it was AD, although some will argue it was Dwayne Wade. Some might even argue it's Kyrie Irving, but I don't really know. I'm going to be kind of biased and say it was AD because from a talent standpoint, I would take AD from a talent's point above where Dwayne Wade was when they were winning championships in Miami. I think if it was Dwayne Wade in 06, 07, 08, that's a different story. For sure, it would have been Dwayne Wade. But when they won the championships, Dwayne Wade was kind of going down. And I think AD had reached, in my opinion, his best season in 2020 and won with LeBron. And at that point, I thought that was the best teammate he's ever had. Kyrie, I think there's some things he left on the table. I know that the Warriors were a great team in 17 and 18. It's not necessarily their fault that they couldn't get past that, especially with Durant going there. And then Kyrie was injured in 15. Otherwise, I'm pretty confident that the Cleveland Cavaliers would have beaten Golden State in 2015. I think they were up 2-1 at one point without Love or Kyrie, and then just ran out of gas at that point. Dellavedova, I remember, was the second best player LeBron had. I still say this. I still say LeBron should have won the MVP that year. That should have been the second time a losing player should have won the MVP. He was by far the most valuable player of that series. No disrespect to Andre Iguodala, but LeBron was the most valuable player of that series, and he should have won the Finals MVP. But back to what we're saying here, guys. Again, I'm going to get to some of your comments here. I feel really good, guys. I don't know how else to say it. I've been saying it. You obviously have been seeing it on my face, a lot more giddy. We're busting more chops than we were even before, which is a surprise because how much more ball breaking can you do when you're doing a lot of it? But I'm just very excited. I can't wait for Monday. I'm excited for tomorrow even. I want to see how Mark Williams does. And I would love to see if they can sneak out another win without the full tilt of the team and go into Utah. I think they're playing Utah in back-to-back games. Let me get the schedule here real quick, guys, and then I'll answer some of your comments. So yeah, Utah in the next two games should get their beaks wet a little bit. So they play Indiana tomorrow at 1 Pacific Standard Time. Then Utah on Monday, and then they got to fly to Utah on Wednesday. Then they face Charlotte. It says Wednesday, February 19th, which is the makeup. That's after the All-Star break. So let's stop there real quick, actually, now that I remember the All-Star break. So the Lakers have a really good chance right now, should they win tomorrow, because I feel very comfortable that they can beat Utah in both games, especially with Luka playing. If they face Indiana and beat them tomorrow, Lakers could end up with a 7-game winning streak going into the All-Star break. And then when they come out of it, they're going to be playing Charlotte at home and then Portland in Portland. Portland has been playing actually good basketball lately, but it's still Portland. So I'd like to think that the Lakers have a really good chance here if they win tomorrow to maybe get a 9-game winning streak here before they face Denver in Denver Saturday, February 22nd. And this time we're not bringing AD. This time we're bringing the barbecue nugget killer in Luka Doncic. I want to see how that works. That is something I'm very interested in. They're not going to be able to do what they've been doing to the Lakers the last couple of years with Luka at the helm. So I want to see what happens. It's going to be in Denver, which is going to be tough, but definitely going to be a game that I think is going to get some ratings too, by the way. So let's see here, guys. I'm sorry, I got to get to your comments here real quick. Let me scroll through some of this here. I'll start with JY here. Joe, do you believe Austin and Luka can coexist? They talk about LeBron. Austin is going to have to be a spot-up shooter with Luka. Joe, yeah. I don't know. Honestly, JY, I don't know. Austin is going to have to make shots when he's open. Nothing new there, right? He's not going to have the ball in his hands in those sequences. He's got to find the right spot, get ready for Luka to give him the ball, and then make sure he hits those open shots. I think a spot-up shooter isn't something he's been known to do. Can he develop it? I don't know. And if it doesn't work, he will run the second unit off the bench. So worst case scenario, I see Austin running and playing the way he plays, but without Luka in there. So Luka plays, let's say, on the average 36 minutes a game. So for an entire quarter, you have Austin being able to do what he does during the game and doing what he does best, and that would be his job. And then try to hit a few baskets. He can probably focus on defense a little bit more, not have the stress of the offense. See, guys, that's another thing you have to focus on. The stress that Austin has to put himself in to create space, get to the paint, get to the basket, and score is hard. Why? I told you guys about his athleticism. When you're not as athletic as most of the 2 and 3 players out there, wing players and 2 guards, you're gonna have to be just as diligent dribbling the ball, getting around your man. It's gonna take more energy to get that done, and he does that. He does that to guys that are much more superior than him athletically and in a lot of ways in basketball skill. So, which is a compliment to him, by the way. For him to do that, it's pretty good. The problem is it takes too much energy. Now he doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do that with the starters. He could come off the bench and do that with the bench, the opposition's bench. It's going to be much easier for him to perform. Again, the most important part is my favorite part of the game in terms of judging a good team is if the starters have a good first quarter and they have a 12-point lead going in the second quarter, can you sustain the lead when Luka's sitting to start the second, or if LeBron is sitting at the back end of the first quarter, something like that, and you sustain the leads? That's the part that's important for the bench. And you're taking, if it ends up being Rui and Reeves that are coming off the bench, now you're looking at what we discussed a while ago. Gerald and I discussed a while ago. Austin's probably best fit on a title team as the 6th man. And I think eventually that's what's going to end up happening. That's my guess. Unless Austin starts shooting threes at a 41, 42% clip, I think Austin eventually becomes a 6th man, and that will be his position. So let's see here. Where are we next? Definitely, I like how Luka has ignited your hope. Yeah, how can it not, Eduardo? How can it not? And I'm just some guy on online doing a podcast. Could you imagine deep down what Braun is thinking? Seriously, think about what Braun is thinking. And you've kind of seen it a little bit the last couple of games. They played amazing in New York. He was playing amazing in New York. But here's the thing with LeBron. LeBron always gives it his all when he plays in New York. So that doesn't count. That was before Luka got acquired, right? Because there was a lot of people that forgot the Knicks game was before the drop of the trade or the news of the trade. So you can't use that as, well, they played their hearts out because they knew Luka was coming. No, that was before Luka. That was before the trade. But LeBron played his heart out because it's New York and it's Madison Square Garden. Him, Kobe, and Jordan always kind of share that mindset of when we're playing at Madison Square Garden, we gotta play at another level. When they came back from that road trip in the East Coast and played on the road, quote unquote, in LA at Intuit, and the way he played there. Now, there you could say LeBron and the team were very, very, very excited about what was coming. And then, of course, they did it again yesterday. You saw what LeBron did, 42 and 17. Jesus, guys, hitting logo threes. LeBron knows, man. He knows. He's like, I'm going to go all out in this Clipper game. I'm going to go all out on this Golden State game. I'm going to go all out on this Indiana game. And, man, when Monday comes, I'm not going to have to worry. As long as Luka's healthy, I'm not going to have to worry about shouldering that ball control game over and over and over again. He's actually going to be able to just rest and be a striker. Rest, be a striker, control the ball when Luka doesn't have to, or when he's sitting. It's going to be huge, guys, in terms of an energy saver for LeBron. Believe me when I say this, it's going to work. Again, health permitting. Health is everything for this thing to work out. Chemistry eventually will get there. I have no doubt. The only question now is the chemistry going to be quick? I think it's going to be quick, because when you have someone that's controlled, high basketball IQ, and he's got the ball, he's a magician with the ball. I think Luka's gonna just naturally be able to get people involved. And the mentality of that. Imagine if Rui gets 3 wide open passes under the rim because he's diving to the basket, and gets 3 easy layups in the first half or dunks. Something's going to happen in that mind, guys. And then all of a sudden he's doing it to Vando. Let's say Vando. Imagine if Vando's in there for defensive purposes, and all of a sudden you start seeing Vando getting 8 and 10 points just from leaking or leaking from, or just Luka penetrating and him opening up somewhere where he can get to the basket without having too much resistance. It's a lot of good things here, guys. A lot of good things here that could be in store for the Lakers. So looking just excited to see it, man. I can't wait. So Richard Case, I'm sorry it took me a minute. I know I read yours first. Hopefully someone there can get to Luka about the refs and getting back on defense. Luka can play defense, but the refs can get him out if that's real. Not just, yeah, that's probably the conditioning part. I'm not really too concerned with. As far as injuries, it's already been known that he plays through injuries, and it looks like he was smart this time on the calf thing. He said he's going to be 100% before he returns. Yeah, the complaining to the refs, you could say that he complains to the refs more than LeBron. It's actually a different kind of complaint. It's more of he's always complaining, whereas LeBron will not get a foul call and then stop. It doesn't happen all the time. LeBron is not always pestering the refs, whereas Luka does. I'd like maybe JJ Redick will sit him down and say, listen, I know you get into the zone. I know you're doing your thing, but we want to make sure that the team is looking a certain way on this. Coaching, guys, great players want to be coached. Great players want to be coached. And I'm not a big Jason Kidd fan. I think a lot of the reasons why the Mavericks also lost last year in the finals was Mazzulla absolutely coached them out of the building. I don't look at the Celtics as a all-time great team. They're a worthy champion last year. They earned it. Despite their path, you can't control who you play. There are a lot of injuries in the Eastern Conference. They did get lucky there, but they still had to beat a Western Conference team that was pretty formidable, and they beat them pretty well because, one, they couldn't adjust to what they were doing to them. Kyrie could not get anything going. Doncic was getting exposed on the defensive end, and that's kind of how it went. I used the comparison to the way it's not the same, but there was a comparison to how the Detroit Pistons covered the Lakers in 2004 in the finals, where they collapsed on Kobe and then let Shaq kind of get his numbers. And Kobe, I think Larry Brown probably knew Kobe wanted to bust through it and would be stubborn and not kind of playing smart basketball instead of trying to show him up. And it was a bad decision on Kobe's part to kind of play into their hands. And Kobe later admitted it when he was interviewed. He blamed himself for that loss. So, I'm not going to say I blame it all on him. He's 1-1 with Shaq. I blame Kobe for sure. You have to blame him because they get the most credit too. But there were a lot of weird things that year, and I think they beat Minnesota that year in the Western Conference Finals with Sam Cassell being injured. I think if Sam Cassell hadn't been injured, Sam Cassell was on that team, and Sprewell was playing his last really good year that year. If Sam Cassell hadn't gotten hurt, there was a very big chance because that was a tough series against Minnesota. I think that kind of took it out of him. Troy Hudson became a star in that series too. Derek Fisher could not guard that guy, and had Sam Cassell not been injured, I think Minnesota might have squeaked that series out of him. But again, you learn from your mistakes, and I think JJ Redick's a better coach than Jason Kidd. Even though JJ's a rookie, I just think he's got a better feel, better communication than Jason Kidd. I think Jason Kidd's too stiff, even though he was a basketball savant as a point guard. Not everybody that plays as a star can be a good coach. It's just kind of, and that's usually the case. It's the stars don't usually always become great coaches. As a matter of fact, I don't know really too many, whether it was Bill Russell, whether it was Magic for a week and a half. Larry Bird was the closest, but he only coached 3 years, and he had a very veteran-filled team. And Rick Carlisle, he had confirmed that Rick Carlisle really coached that team. He was just kind of the figurehead and the last word, if you will. And we got lucky. He almost did it, man. He almost did it in '98. I think that was his best team. Unfortunately, Jordan and the Bulls were able to squeak out that last 6 minutes when Indiana, I think, was up by 4. And that was probably the best chance Larry Bird had to win a championship as a coach. I would have loved to have seen that. I think that would have been kind of cool. Larry Bird's had a pretty crazy career. He's 3-time champ as a player. He's won Coach of the Year. He's won MVP. He's won MVP as a player. He's won Executive of the Year. The guy's a born winner, man. So props to Bird on that one. So let's see here. Where are we? Next questions. Reeves' numbers are going to drop tremendously. Reeves' numbers are going to drop tremendously. He needs the ball to be productive, Joe. Joe, would you move Reeves to the bench so Austin can stay in the bed? Yeah, I think we just discussed that, JY. Absolutely. That's probably the best case for that. And I think that's a case that's going to happen, by the way. Fred Amet. Welcome, Fred. I think that's the first time I've seen you. Please like and subscribe. We'd love to hear from you again. Luka gets 8 defensive rebounds and 2 steals a game. That's 10 defensive stops he creates every night. He's also a good post-up defender. Terrible on-ball defender, though. Lakers will scheme for that. My God, Fred, welcome to the Lakers fast break and the nightcap. My God, that is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I don't know if you're a Luka fan, but that is a great point. I hadn't brought up the defensive rebounding with Luka yet. Folks, what are the problems that the Lakers have had in the last few years? Yes, rebounding. So how does that get made up? Well, you have now a 6'7". I think he's 6'7". He's listed at 6'6", sometimes 6'8". I think I'm going to pick the number in the middle. Luka can rebound, folks, and he can run when he rebounds and get a couple steals. So the on-ball defender part, yeah, you're right. That's not his game. But he can rebound for a guard, which is tremendous for a team like this, especially a young team. And can definitely cause problems on the defensive end when he can get a couple of balls a game to break momentum on the opposing team. And that's something we're gonna definitely pay attention to and see if that creates a huge effect in there. Because imagine this, imagine the defense here, guys. When there's a missed shot. So let's say you have a lineup of DFS, Williams, Vando, and then Luka. You have 4 pretty good engines there. You have pretty good defensive instincts. Vando has very good instincts in the passing lanes. Luka has a feel on where the ball's going to bounce from the rim, so he can get the rebound. So we lose the paint defender. We lose AD in that he was really good at guarding 1.5 guys each possession. But what you do is you gain more speed and more instinct from your perimeter guys or your smaller guys that are not AD. That right there is something I'm gonna be curious to see how JJ sets up kind of the spacing there and how all their instincts can kind of intertwine. There's going to be a chemistry there that gets built. That part is something to look at. What's up, TY? How you doing, bud? I'm getting to all your guys' messages here. Let's see, where are we? It's crazy to think. Let's see, Chris. Welcome, Chris. It's crazy to think Redick was coaching little kids and now has LeBron and Luka on his team. That's true, man. That's true. Life is like that, man. Only in America. Natalia, how you doing? He was averaging 2 offensive rebounds last year. He's really good rebounder, actually. So 2 offensive rebounds by one player. So if you extrapolate that, that's a pretty good percentage, especially if one of those turns into a score. And a lot of these offensive rebounds always end up being a 3. So if you factor that in every game, we talked about this in a few shows ago. When you're at this level of competition, the highest of competitions, every inch counts. Every rebound counts. Every score counts. So imagine this. The Lakers right now average 112 points a game. I'm going to bring this up right now. So this is the difference, guys, okay? Right now, you have, let's see, who is averaging the most points? So Memphis right now is averaging almost 124 points a game. Problem is they allow 115. Denver's at 120. Oklahoma City's at 117. And everyone else is pretty much 16, 15, 13, and 12. The Lakers are at 112 a game. So imagine now, right now, the Lakers are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're at the 9th spot, right? So that extra, let's say that extra offensive rebound that Luka gets turns into a 3 at least once a game, right? Now they're averaging 115 a game, and they're at 112.6. So they would jump up to 115.6, which would put them in 5th. They would go from 9th in terms of average scoring a game to 5th off that one offensive rebound that turns into a 3. That is professional sports at its highest, guys. It takes that much. I had said how Jordan was a 49% field goal percentage player, right, guys? Kobe was just under 45. He actually had dropped to 44.9. So 45. That's one extra shot made per game. Look at the difference. If Kobe had made one extra shot per game, he'd be sitting at 49% in his career as well. Pretty nuts. Pretty nuts how that works. Young Advocate, how you doing, man? Joe, how big will Vandal be in the second unit? Oh, he's going to be huge, guys. He's going to be huge. He might be huge with in spurts. He might be huge. I think where he's going to be huge is if Luka's going to be able to create enough spacing, so that Vandal can go to the easiest spots for him to score. The easiest spots. He's not going to be a 3-point shooter. He definitely is not going to be a mid-range shooter. He's going to be diving to the basket. He's going to be picking and rolling in certain cases as well. More often than not, though, he's going to be kind of waiting to get a rebound. That's kind of where his mind is. That's the kind of player he is. But on the offensive end, if he's in there because they need him for defensive purposes, but you still need some kind of scoring because that's the NBA today, man, I can't wait to see what Luka does in finding him in his spots and getting him to just get layups and dunks. That part right there, guys, that's something that we're going to get a chance to see here. It's not just going to be Vando. It's not going to just be DFS or look at Jackson Hayes. I wonder what Jackson Hayes is going to do when he's got Luka throwing lobs at him. Guys, we don't know yet. We're going to see it, though. And The hilarious part is for a minute there when we were talking about Luka, at least for me, I had not even thought about LeBron. I'm sitting there going, oh my God, he's going to help Rui when he's diving to the basket, getting him the ball, because Rui does that job pretty well anyways, even without Luka. He does it good with LeBron or even Austin. And then what's Austin going to do? Is he going to be able to, he's not likely going to be that same guy. He's going to need to kind of leave the floor open a little bit and kind of be a three-point threat so everybody else can do their thing. But him, DFS, Jackson Hayes, of course, Mark Williams. There's going to be a lot of guys here, man, that are going to take advantage of the fact that Luka is always a half a step ahead of everybody when it comes to how he's going to distribute the ball and when he's going to score. Okay. So it will be different this team, LeBron. Okay, Joe, follow-up question. Let's see here. Chris with a follow-up question. Joe, how can the Lakers be most effective on offense with both LeBron and Luka on the floor at the same time? Most effective, no matter what, Luka's got to be the guy that controls the pace, controls the offense. I'll tell you why. It's not going to always be like that, but I believe when it's a close game, you want Luka to be that guy because you want LeBron can strike. LeBron is athletic enough to strike. LeBron isn't as big of a threat to shoot on a whim, even though he does it and he's not been bad the last few years. Luka's just more lethal. Step back, being able to kind of slither through the offense, get an extra step, get an extra thought, and then LeBron diving, LeBron going around, LeBron waiting at the corner for a three. There are so many options with Luka, and it's if you haven't watched a lot of Dallas games, if you haven't watched Luka play a lot, I don't want to. I mean, we want to prepare and we want to tell people what's going to happen here because that's what the show is. We're interested in what's coming. But I can't do it justice. None of us can do it justice in discussing this. I think it's going to be more exciting that we discuss this after the game when he plays, because then we're going to be able to say what he did. Luka, guys, is so good. He is so damn good. You're going to see some things that you just, maybe because you haven't watched him play a lot, you're going to be able to see him game after game after game, and you're going to appreciate what this guy does. And he's going to make everyone better, including LeBron. And this guy could, if he stays healthy, as well as LeBron, he could extend LeBron's career and possibly give LeBron one last shot. So I thought about this before I got on at 8. This is what would have happened had the veto not happened to Kobe. I know they're different players as far as LeBron and Kobe, but that's not the point. Point is, if Chris Paul had arrived in 2011, and Kobe is a ball-dominant player, but there's always one or two guys in the league that even the greatest players will allow to control the ball. Jordan did it with Pippen. He was one of those guys at that time. Pippen initiated the offense. Pippen had the ball in his hand, and Jordan was the striker. Jordan was the guy getting to spots. He'd get the ball, open shot, get into the basket, whatever, right? And then when it came down to the end of the game, then he did his thing, right? But that's what made him fresh towards the end of games, right? He didn't have to hold on and initiate and think and constantly be the striker in those games. Pippen allowed him to do that because Pippen was an unselfish player. He had a very high basketball IQ, probably the best controller of the triangle, probably of anyone that controlled the triangle as a player. That's debatable, but in my book, from what I've seen, I thought Pippen initiated and executed the triangle better than any player that I've ever seen, including Kobe, including Shaq, and those guys. So we have that now. This didn't get vetoed. We have that now. We have the chance to see LeBron continue to be fresh because he's got Luka. Much like Kobe would have had Chris Paul, Kobe would not have had to have given all that energy to the point where his tire finally blew out a few years later. It's an unfortunate thing. That's why there's so much disdain for David Stern. But I have recently heard some different news about what happened during that time, and we've been hinting at doing a show with Empire Jeff about explaining what happened then. But Empire Jeff's been a very busy man here last few months. But we will get to that, and I will tease that and let you guys know the fallout of the veto and what we ended up finding out wasn't what was. So my disdain for David Stern kind of was tempered a little bit. It's still there because of the scarring, but there's an explanation of what happened after the veto that we want to get into at some point here, and I'll make sure to tease that and let you guys know. Please, everyone, I'm seeing a lot of new faces here. Please like and subscribe, guys. We're very excited. The last week we've been getting a lot of new patrons on the chat. This is one of the best chats here, guys. We're very interactive, and we like to talk to you, and we like the smack talk, by the way, as long as it's not something racial and not something stupid. Stupid is a little broad word, but meaning, just trolling and saying stupid things and wasting people's time. We don't mind you being of different opinions and even stern about it. It's okay. We have a couple of those guys on board that we haven't banned, which is Darren V and Rodell. I'm not a censoring type of guy. It's not how I roll. It's not how I'm wired. The only thing that's going to get you censored again is just obnoxious stupidity, like LeBron sucks, and to just continue to just say stupid stuff like that wastes everybody's time, or anything racial. Please, nothing in those two categories, and you guys can have some fun in the chat while we do the show. So what's next? I think I saw, where are we here? Fred had another question. Maxi Kleber is a good big to have come playoff time. Good defensively, decent streaky shooter. Fred, the problem with that is I don't think he's going to be available this year. He just had foot surgery, so I don't think he's going to be available. If he is available, maybe in the playoffs, but I don't know what his value will be, not, in terms of stamina and all that when that happens. So we'll cross our fingers and see if he can be a contributor down the road. Young advocate, LeBron shoots better than Luka by numbers, but I agree he is a better slasher of the two. Yeah, again, numbers sometimes can be deceiving, but there's no denying Luka's a better shooter. I don't care what the percentages say. He's a more feared shooter. Let's see. Is it Rynell? Rynell, right? Yeah, Rynell. Why Mark Williams trade is still pending? Is he? No. He was officially signed. The trade officially went through yesterday. I think it was around 9 o'clock last night. He is questionable to play tomorrow. So questionable. I don't know. Usually questionable means guys usually show up and play. If he doesn't play, I can almost guarantee he'll be there Monday. But we would like to see him play tomorrow. They can use another skilled body tomorrow because Mr. Turner is not playing tomorrow for Indiana. So that's one less player you got to worry about with Indiana. Okay, we're Fameless. What's up, bud? Joe Q. Kleber could play a Markieff Morris role if he's healthy in the playoffs. Maybe. Yeah, that's a good one, Joe. Although I don't know. I'm not hearing anything positive in terms of his prognosis. Foot surgery in February to play in April. We're gonna have to keep our ear on that. I don't know. Foot surgeries this late in the season. I remember Trevor Ariza. He had foot issues in 08, and he came back and he wasn't really there. Now, the exception is Derek Fisher. In 2001, and there was a benefit in that because all Fish did during his injury was shoot threes, and he ended up being a benefit in the playoffs on that crazy run where they went 15-1 because of that. And Kobe and Shaq, Foxy, Ori, Harper, all those guys, they were so on point that all Fish had to do was just come in, hit the open shot, and do his thing. And there was no pressure, and he was able to do it. Did it in a good way. I think he hit 16 of 20 3-pointers against San Antonio in that 4-game sweep. So other than Fish, that late in terms of surgery, usually guys, especially bigs, I don't know how productive they can be coming late in the season to be productive. Okay, let's see. Natalia. Do you think Christie fits better with Luka than Reeves and Luka? Because Christie's 21 and a 3-and-D. I keep getting this question. We're never going to know. We're never going to know. Do you consider Max Christie a 3? Do you see him shooting threes consistently? Do you trust Max Christie to be a better spot-up shooter than Reeves? Now, let's just say it's yes. Everyone is on board that Christie's probably a better defender, one-on-one defender at least, than Reeves. Okay, I'll give you that one. But what about Max not being able to kind of dribble? What if he's in a situation where he's stuck? The less guys that you have on the team that are kind of challenged in terms of getting out of issues, the better. Austin has that ability to get the ball, even if it's the clock running down, he's at the 3. He's got the ability to kind of battle through, keep his dribble, and maybe get a shot off. It might be a cop-out saying that. Might still sound like I'm hating on Max Christie. I still think that Max Christie, once he plays the elite guys when it matters, I think that's where his problem's going to be. I think that's where he's going to really hit the wall. We're going to find out here, though. We're going to find out. Easy answer to that, Natalia, is I don't think so. I don't think so at this moment. Okay, young advocate Joe, do you think Seawood would be positive if Christian Wood's the same situation as Kleber in a way? He hasn't played all year, guys. A lot of times when you miss a month, man, it takes forever to get your win back in the NBA. And Christian Wood has something going on besides injuries that's killing him. Something's off. There's a screw loose up there. Focus is an issue. Very, very Cam Reddish like. Maybe even a little worse. So I don't think Christian Wood is likely to have a positive influence on this team. If he does come back, and let's say, I don't know, end of the month, and gets himself in a little bit for March, and maybe gets his win back, and you got to also factor in maybe he can get himself going because Luka's the new point man. Crossing my fingers on that one. I hope that's just an extra big that you can throw at somebody. So let's hope for that. That's kind of what I'm sticking my positiveness in. Let's hope that happens. Mark, you're back. What's up, bud? Answer the question this way: would you have included Max or AR in the Luka AD deal if you were given the chance? I would have done the same thing, guys. I would have kept AR. I still got to see what AR looks like. I can't take a chance on him not. We did this. The Lakers did this without fully seeing what AR is when it really matters. Don't do what you guys did with Alex Caruso. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let AR do his thing. And if it doesn't work, then you have an option this summer to move him. And that's the other positives is he makes almost double what Max Christie makes. So from that standpoint, you have a better chance of being able to combine that contract with someone else during the summer and getting better talent. So if I had a choice, I would have still set Max and kept AR. Okay. Bloodhound. What's up, bud? Joe, with LeBron and Luka having high usage rates, Do you think they can coexist together on the court? Last time with Westbrook, it didn't work out. It is because Luka is a better scorer. This may work. Yeah, Westbrook. Westbrook, even when he was in his prime, wasn't necessarily a good shooter. He was just a machine. Probably the most athletic point guard that has ever graced the NBA. Absolute freakish athleticism. Luka's a different beast. He's not as athletic as Westbrook, not by any means, but he's just as effective getting spacing and getting shots off and making them. See, Westbrook couldn't be a threat there. See, Luka is not just a threat in numbers. See, that's the thing that's crazy about it. The guy can drop 30, 15, and 10 on you, but it's the fear that is there from the opposition. It's constant. You can't relax. You can never relax. Just imagine Steph Curry in his prime. You can never relax. You just couldn't. It's the same with Luka. Different games, even though they're both awesome shooters, great point guards, a little bit slightly different games. I think Luka's can process things quicker than Steph, but Steph didn't have to process quick. If he saw something he didn't like, he'd shoot it. And it didn't matter if he was 30 feet away, 32 feet away, 28 feet away. You're tight. You're tight, praying to God he doesn't make the shot. And you can't breathe. You just can't breathe unless the ball is in somebody else's hands. And the crazy thing about that too is you had Klay Thompson, who was just a slight less in his prime. He's slightly less better than Steph in terms of that same sequence. It's just stress, guys. Stress, especially in high stress games, high impact games. Those are the things that are going to help LeBron and LeBron help Luka, because they're not going to have to shoulder it all. LeBron has always had to shoulder that stress all day, every game in those high pressure games. He won't have to do it for the first time in his career. Dwayne Wade, a little bit, he was a little bit, but he's not a point guard. Dwayne Wade wasn't really a point guard. Luka's a bona fide point guard who can control the game. And LeBron is going to coexist very well because he's going to be preserved in those 48 minutes. And he can continue to be the guy that kind of just says, well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to the basket. I'm going to land a job. He can decide to do whatever he wants and make sure that he's not killing himself by just dictating and devising and all that. It's a mental game and a physical game all at once when it comes to those games. And the pressure is not going to be all on him to do that. Okay, young advocate again. I agree with the Wood take, Joe. I think the same. Christie had 15 off the bench against the Celtics starters and held Brown, Tatum to their worst games. Yeah, well, looks like at this point I might have been wrong on Max Christie, but we're going to monitor it. I'm going to wait to see how it progresses as the games start to get more and more important. Greek salad in my tummy. Natalia, Christie's 21, already has way better defense. Yes, I can agree with that. Westbrook is not Luka. Yes, a young advocate, absolutely. Nick T, we saw AR last 2 years in the playoffs. Shake my head. Yeah. But in the end, guys, what my opinion here doesn't matter. It looks like a lot of you wish Max Christie instead of AR. However, there was no discussion that Dallas asked for AR. They wanted Max Christie, and you give Max Christie if Luka's involved. So that might play out to your thoughts being correct, that Christie is better than AR, but it's a moot point because they didn't ask for AR, they asked for Max Christie. Okay, Reeves, defense will not get better. Max will continue getting better at 21. Well, let's hold our horses there, guys. I thought about that with THT. THT was supposed to be up and coming. They gave him an extension, and all of a sudden everything went downhill. So just be careful, guys. A lot of times we jump the gun on what guys are going to be. You want to let this marinate a little bit. Don't get crazy. AR can guard or score on athletic guards. We saw he will when he has the spacing. Be careful of that. Natalia, we saw Reeves' defense. He gets sauteed in the playoffs. Okay, so you guys have made a theme here in the last 5 minutes. So you're all worried about Jamal Murray cooking Reeves, cooking LeBron, cooking everyone like he did. He didn't just cook Reeves. He cooked everybody in that series last year. Now, I want you to factor this into the discussion. Jamal had that energy in that series. He didn't have to worry about containing someone like Luka. It's going to be a lot of perspiration there, guys. Denver doesn't have a shutdown player, so they're going to have to guard Luka by committee, try to sag off a little bit to get his spacing off, not give him any seams. So I need you guys, if you have time tonight, I want you guys to watch some of the games. There's a lot online that you could probably watch. I want you to watch Luka play against Denver, against those same guys you're talking about, and then come back and talk to me tomorrow. I told you guys, barbecue nuggets. It's coming. What you saw the last 2 years against Denver is over, guys. It's over. Luka is a nugget eater. And we're going to get a taste here in about 15 days. 15 days. Yeah. And then we'll see. And maybe I might be wrong. Maybe Denver blows them out in Denver. Who knows? But not likely. I think that game's going to be very, very entertaining. And I think when Luka starts going nuts on Denver, Denver's psychological advantage is going to start to dwindle away. Okay, Mike. Remember AD dropped 42 and 23 on Mark Williams on his last game as a Laker. Yeah, I saw that tidbit. I would say Mark Williams is not going to be an AD type. He's not going to shut down AD. That's not his game. His game's going to be probably energy, get to the basket when the ball's in the air, and do your job. We're not Mark Williams isn't. Mark Williams right now is not going to be a perennial all-star. But what he will do is he will be someone who has size, who could get above the rim, and is young and has energy and is a perfect player for a guy like Luka and LeBron. Got to let this thing marinate a little bit, guys. Can't keep thinking. Plenty of guys that played not well in their previous teams and then looked like stars with the Lakers. If you need reference, I'm going to give you two names. Now, Powell isn't necessarily in that category, but Powell was 0 for 12 in the playoffs until 2008. So at the time, people were questioning his heart. Was he too soft? He had never won a playoff game. And then what happened in those 3 years with LA? Built a Hall of Fame career in those 3 years. Got into the Hall of Fame because of those 3 years. You don't have Paul Gasol in 08, 09, and 2010. You don't win 2 championships. You don't go to 3 straight finals. Got into the Hall of Fame in the right situation. Mark Williams is coming to the right situation. It's not going to be Powell, but I will tell you about the other example. That is Trevor Ariza. Trevor Ariza was drafted by the Orlando Magic, ended up getting traded in 07 to LA. A lot of the same discussions there. They didn't know what to do with him over there. Wasn't really setting the world on fire in Orlando. Comes to LA, had a little injury issue in 07, 08. Didn't really get right until the following year. And that year, we all saw what happened. He was the bona fide third guy on that Laker team. Practically won 2 games by stealing the ball at the end of the games against Denver in the Western Conference Finals, and played amazing basketball in Orlando as well. And played a huge part in that, and ended up kind of being a Laker legend from it. So we gotta look at circumstance, guys. Sometimes certain players don't work out in areas. They're not the A-list type guys. Even sometimes the B-plus guys, they go to a situation that better fits their game, and they end up showing up who they really are. So you got to let this play out, guys. You got to let it go. All right, guys. Hey, by the way, guys, you guys have been awesome. This is probably the best commenting I think I've ever done on the show, or even on the nightcap. This is great. A lot of new faces too, guys. This is beautiful. I really want to thank you guys for doing this. I can do this. I can do this all the time. And again, don't feel in any way uncomfortable. If you're adamant that I'm wrong or one of us is wrong, hey, that's how this works. If you think I'm wrong, you got to say it. Just don't come with just nonsense like, well, Joe, you're wrong, and without something to back it up. Otherwise, the conversation gets done. Okay, Alden Johnson. Alden Johnson, welcome. I don't think I've seen you on here, but welcome. Please like and subscribe. LeBron James is one of the best players in the game. He's made others around him better in his championship games. Difference is now James is old now. Luka, perfect fit in late games with James, in my opinion. Yes, the clutch gene is something the Lakers have not had in a long time. I discussed this in a few shows before this, as well as tonight a little bit. And that's the thing right there, guys. That's another psychological advantage that LeBron will have. LeBron, if there's one thing that he's never really embraced, is that the last minute part thing. I just think he's never shown that he embraces it. Whether he's percentage wise better than whoever and whatever, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Shaq wasn't that guy either. Wilt wasn't that guy either. They all did fine. Okay. So now Luka is that guy. Luka is a guy that is going to be a problem for the opposition late in games. And being clutch and having a clutch gene is not always making the last shot with 10 seconds left. It's when a game gets kind of in a spot with 2 minutes left where you have to sustain a lead, or you're trying to take over a lead. Luka is now going to be the guy that's going to be able to do that and do it a more consistent way and have it go correct on the Lakers versus not correct. Lakers lose those games more than they win. I don't like that. Lakers lost too many games the last few years in those kind of games. Some of those brutal games where AD misses free throws, AR misses free throws, AD doesn't hit a layup, a stupid turnover, just jughead type stuff. You're not going to get that. Get that ball to Luka, let him create, and he will create an option for you. And if he can't create an option, that means the defense is playing their rear end off to stop that, and then you have to deal with him shooting on a step back three from the logo and swishing it. Like you're gonna have to, as an opposition, you're gonna now have to deal with that. That includes the Denvers, Oklahoma Cities, and all those guys. And you still have to worry about LeBron running around, getting alley-oops and getting the ball and getting layups at will. A lot of good thing here. A lot of good things here, guys. A lot of good things here that are developing, and we're gonna get a chance to see this soon. Wish it was tomorrow, but it is what it is. Natalia Reeves only averages 18, not 30 like Luka. Where the excuse for not playing the best defense comes to play. Oh, Lakers. So my starting lineup, I would prefer Gabe Vincent. Gabe Vincent is not a bad defender. But Stone Hansen made a good point. The issue with a smaller guys like Gabe Vincent is they're not going to be productive on the switch, because what they'll do is they'll start switching Gabe on screens to end up covering Jokic or Wembanyama. So guards that are good defenders, usually you want them to be. That's why Phil Jackson loved big guards. He was kind of ahead of his time in the 90s. Big guards are are valuable because they can deal with not just sticking to their guy. They can actually get off screens, guard another player, even someone that's slightly bigger than them, but they're not like 6'1", 6 feet tall like Gabe Vincent. I think Vincent's 6'1". He's like 6'1", 6'2". When those guys switch to a bigger player, that's an advantage to the bigger player, especially when the guys are 6'8", 6'9", sometimes 7 feet tall. But if the guy is 6'4", 6'5", it's a little less kind of a hindrance, especially if they have good defensive instinct. They're not going to get bowled over, or they just got to turn around and shoot over their heads and make the shot. But ideally, I'd like to see, especially if you have Vando in there, DFS and Williams, and then you have Gabe Vincent with Luka in certain lineups. I didn't have LeBron in there because that's, let's say, resting time on that lineup. But I'd see Vincent, DFS, Vando, and Williams. I think there's a lot of athleticism there and some good size between Williams and DFS, and Vando is a solid 6'8" with long arms, right? And then you have Luka, who's a really good, steal guy as well as a good rebounder. That's a lineup I would love to see in spurts, especially if LeBron could sit for like 6 minutes. That would be, I think, a lineup that would in certain matchups would be pretty brutal. So we have time. We have time, Natalia. But great comments. Great comments. We're gonna see these things. We're gonna be more in depth. We're gonna be more visual once we see this. I think it's gonna be great. So self-discipline says I'm wrong. Let's see here. Did you write anything else? Self-discipline. Why am I wrong? Let me know. I'm gonna go to the next one, and then when you get to the reason, write it down, and I'll put you up here, bud. Nick T, what's up, man? Luka, great. I think you giving him too much credit. Where was Luka clutchness in the finals last year? Well, it's still a team game, and there are 3 reasons why Dallas got worked last year in the finals. Number one, they let Luka be the end all be all. They just let him do his thing. He dropped 30 a game. They completely shut down Kyrie Irving. And then when they did have Luka on his heels, they went after him on defense. And then guys like Lively, Gafford, PJ Washington, though that moment was too big for them. Too young, not skilled enough. And then probably the one of the worst parts is I thought Missoula outcoached Jason Kidd 10 times over. So it was bad timing, bad matchup, and surprise circumstance in terms of Kyrie not showing up. If Kyrie had shown up, I have a strong belief that it would have gone 7 and either team would have won. But Boston had a great series and they earned it. So that's my assessment on that. I had asked a question. I think, Nick, you weren't here. You might have not been here. I don't know. But I said, switch LeBron last year on the Dallas instead of Kyrie Irving. Does Dallas win that series? I feel like they would have, because I don't think LeBron would have been shut down the way Kyrie was. Okay, young advocate. Let's see where we are. Joe, LeBron is still more clutch. Fact, it's a team game with Luka, but LeBron is judged different. Yeah. I mean, LeBron is supposed to be the greatest of all time. That's the discussion. And when you're dubbed, or when you dub yourself the greatest of all time, it's very hard to make mistakes. And even though that every player, no matter who it is, makes mistakes, you make mistakes, it's all on you. But when you don't make mistakes and you do well, it's all on you there too. Now, as far as LeBron is concerned, his clutchness is a little different. It's not necessarily end of game clutchness, even though some numbers might say he is. To me, there's things that can't be computed on numbers in terms of what a player is at the end of the game. It will be enhanced, though, because he'll have more opportunities to do certain things because he has someone else on the team that is very, very feared in that department. You look at some of the past Laker teams when you see it's not a coincidence, guys, that guys like Ron Artest, Pau Gasol, obviously Derek Fisher, Robert Horry, they've all had opportunities in their time with the Lakers to be clutch players. Why? Because of Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant attracts that much attention, and those guys were able to take advantage. And then if you go back even further, you had guys like John Paxson, sorry, not Jim, that's his brother. John Paxson, you had guys like Steve Kerr, guys that weren't necessarily players that were feared during their time, but they became clutch, especially John Paxson in the 91 finals. And then Steve Kerr became a clutch player, especially in the 97 finals. And then he was pretty integral to his and that last streak beat by the Bulls because so much attention was on Michael Jordan. So, yeah, we got to wait and see how this all helps. But Luka is a player that makes everybody better. That's his game. It's what he does. And we have to wait and see, guys. We have to wait and see how it works here. Okay, Richard. Where are we here? Tough So. What's up, bud? Joe, how are you? Gonna drive to hoop against Dallas. Am I gonna drive to the hoop? Why not? Somebody's got to commit to Luka. Will AD be the guy that commits to Luka? If he does, hey, do what the other teams were doing to AD. Draw him out of there. Find the open man that's diving. Boom. Easier said than done, right? All right, where are we here? Curry not a playmaker. AD going to struggle. That is true, Nick. That is true. I do believe that. Richard Case, Joe Doe is old, can't jump. Now what he does well, he is a defensive floor general, not. I'm sorry, Doe is old, can't jump. Now what he does well, he is a defensive floor general, not soldier. He isn't the best, although he is a good defender, but he leads the defense. He talks people. I'm sorry, Richard. I don't know what you said here. Try and let me know, and I'll go ahead and come back to you. Young advocate. It is egg if Gabe clutchness with LeBron. He has done it in tone and time and time again, even when he manages the right pass. I'm still not understanding that one, young advocate. I'm sorry. Joe, thoughts on tomorrow? I'm not going to be upset if they lose, but I want them to win because if Luka gets back on Monday, they have a chance of winning out here on this kind of easy stretch before they face Denver after the All-Star break. So I'm going to be invested in this. I'm going to be probably edgy a little bit. I want them to get this before they play Utah with Luka, because I think they can take both Utah games before the All-Star break, and that's a beautiful way to end the first half and what's transpired here since the trade deadline. So yeah, I'm gonna be wound tight a little bit because I really want them to get this. There's a reason LeBron is Luka's idol. Same game, except LeBron's athleticism. Yeah, their games are similar in that they're distributors. They're smart players. LeBron is an athletic freak, whereas Luka has what LeBron doesn't have completely, which is the ability to be a sniper. Luka is much more of a sniper than LeBron. Yeah, DFS shooting 41% from three. That's going to play a huge factor. He's been hitting his shots lately. So if he continues to do that, especially with Rui hitting over 40, you're going to be in good shape. And Vincent's been hitting the shots, especially open shots. So all we're asking these guys to do is hit open shots. If they hit open shots on a consistent basis, they're just not going to have a problem, guys. It's simple. It's simple. It's science. It's science, man. They're gonna do what they got to do, man. They're gonna do what they got to do, and they're gonna make it very difficult for the defense to commit to anything. And that's what you want, because if you're gonna have to worry about shooters making shots, and then you got to worry about LeBron and Luka in front of you, yeah, you're gonna have a problem guarding that. Let's see, where else are we? Nana Blue, Cleveland this year. On another Saturday surprise, Luka to become available. Yeah, but I think they're gonna wait there, but I don't think they're gonna play him. DFS is fantastic. Will be an unsung hero in the championship run. One of the important others. Xbox, yes, Joe Q. I like it. Richard, I'll bring you back here, Rich. My bad, Doe will get younger. To buy in defensively, he talks while playing, making sure everyone is communicating on defense. I'm better on cam. My typing sucks. Are you typing with your voice? That never works out for me, unless I'm saying like simple words like "Hi, how are you?" All right, where are we? Marco V, what's up, bud? Please like and subscribe. I haven't seen you before. Maybe I have, actually. I don't know. Joe, would I start DFS or Rui? That's a great question. My instincts said DFS. However, matchups should dictate that too. And I think seniority is going to go to Rui, unless otherwise needing to change. So I think they're going to start Reeves and Rui on Monday with Luka, Williams, and LeBron. And then after that, they're going to see what matchups work and what don't. Jesse Gomez, welcome. Again, I think that's another new name. Please like and subscribe, Jesse. Lakers play at a faster pace with AD, so Mavs are in trouble. I'm sorry. Lakers play at a faster pace without AD. LeBron's. The funny thing is, the Lakers got younger when they traded AD. A lot younger. The only old guy at this point is LeBron. If they run, and LeBron still runs like a deer, guys. I don't know if you guys saw him baseline on that one dunk on a turnover. I think it was early in the second quarter. Hey, dude, that son of a gun can still run. He looked like a tight end running a seam route. If the Lakers are able to do more fast break, they had, I think, 10 fast break points right out the gate too. If they start getting into more fast breaks, yeah, you're not going to be able to. No, they're going to be a problem. That's how the Lakers won the championship in 2020. It was fast breaks. They were able to get out, get easy points. That was when AD had the motor to do that. The plantar fasciitis, I think, has slowed down AD a little bit this year. Still very productive. Still a great year he's having. But the foot is giving him an issue. But yeah, if they start running and gunning again with Luka running it, woo, things are gonna get fun. Danny, what's up? What's up, my friend? Good to see you, brother. Let's get this Lakers fast break. Yeah, because you got hot. Guys, Showtime might have arrived. Showtime, I wouldn't say the Kobe. I don't think the Kobe Shaq era was Showtime. I don't think the Kobe Gasol era was Showtime. I don't even think the AD LeBron era is Showtime. This might be Showtime Part 2 with Luka. Remember that. We'll see. I got to see the run and gun. I got to see Luka run and gun with LeBron and the crew here, and then I'll be able to make that assessment. I don't know. I don't know yet 100% if that's what it's going to be, but if it is, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Ron's key. What type of players should they target in the buyout market? I have no idea. This is something I haven't even looked at yet. Most of the guys that get out on buyouts are not necessarily good. And with this new stipulation in CBA where you can't sign anyone that's above 12.8, I gotta really dissect that. I don't really see anyone, but they do have a roster spot for someone, so they're likely going to get someone. I just don't know yet, Bronze. I don't know. I'd say stick with us on tomorrow's show, or come by on tomorrow's show, and I'll do some looking into that. Today, I spent a lot of time looking at the differences between Luka's contract that he wanted to sign with Dallas and what he'll have to do to recoup a lot of that. Now, taxes in California are going to change that number a little bit, but there is an option for Luka to sign a 2-and-1. So he essentially gets 2 years added to his current contract, and then he can opt out after that second year to sign a 5-year, I think it was 400 and change. And when you add up all the numbers, it actually comes out to more money. I just haven't been able to see what the state tax would do in terms of bringing it down. So that's another thing I'll have ready for you guys tomorrow, and we'll go from there. And you got to factor in Luka's going to make more money on Luka's going to get more money in endorsements with a Laker jersey, and also if he wins, let's say the Lakers win the championship this year, he's going to get so much endorsements from that. I don't think he's going to have to worry about losing out on money. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer to get it, but he'll get it eventually. You know what? That's it. Larry Nance. That's good, Tough. Thank you for bringing that up. I wouldn't mind having Larry Nance. I think Larry Nance isn't Larry Nance from 10 years ago in terms of his athleticism, but I think he's good enough to get a couple lobs a game, that's for sure. And I would love to see Larry back with the Lakers. I think he was like our Shannon Brown, the new Shannon Brown of this time. Kind of felt, I know that he had to get traded and the way it was. I kind of wish he had been on that team in 2020. It would have been fun to watch him playing with LeBron and AD. I think he would have had highlight reels with that team. But yeah, Larry Nance, I wouldn't mind him being like a backup center too. I think he's been doing pretty well doing that. So yes, Larry Nance, Tough, my man. Great comment. If they can get someone like Larry Nance, I am on board with that. Oh, Doobie. What's up, Doobs? Too many forwards. We need a point of attack defender or microwave scorer. Ooh, microwave scorer. So that's where Reeves comes in. Reeves will be best coming off the bench, guys. Reeves will be better coming off the bench in the end, in my view. And he can be that microwave scorer to sustain leads. And as far as him not having to worry about other ball handlers taking up his time. That's it. I think that's where he's destined to go. Point of attack defender, I'd say the guy that's likely going to do that for this team is going to be Vando. The only issue with Vando is he's not good on offense. So, again, matchups with that are going to play a factor in it. And that will be JJ Redick's job to identify that. I mean, we'll be able to identify it. We're all pretty smart people here. We watch every Laker game, at least I do. And we'll be able to kind of gauge on how that kind of plays out. Yes, where are we here? We need that J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith luck so he can win a championship. Oh yeah, Alex Caruso would have been great with this team. Woo! Such a God. Chris, Joe, I liked your idea about Black Mamba Doncic jersey. You mind if I piggyback off your idea? How are you getting this done? So you're going to be able to make your own jersey. I got to go on NBA.com. I haven't checked it out yet. I got to make sure that they'll allow it. If not, I actually have someone that does apparel that I'll do it on my own. So I'm going to wear the Kobe. I'm going to wear the Kobe Black Mamba of the Adidas kind from years ago. I'm going to wear that. It's a beautiful jersey. It's not technically the black. It wasn't technically the Black Mamba. It's going to be a black one, and it's just essentially just like a regular Laker jersey, except it's black. and it's Adidas, which I actually thought Adidas made better basketball jerseys than Nike has. So it's going to be the official. It's going to be that Black Mamba jersey, and anybody and everyone, please do the same thing if you can. Let's all do it, and then of course do the Doncic 77, and that'll be something I wear on a regular as long as Luka's here. I haven't bought a jersey in years, but Luka warranted it. I think this is going to be something that's going to be beautiful. Better not see Lakers with that hideous Lake show. I agree there, Nick. Yeah, I think they might put that away because they've only won one game wearing that trash. We need to get Joe and Yamo Barca jersey. Well, you see, Mark, I used to engineer a soccer show on an internet radio station years ago. I'm not well versed in the UEFA world, the Premier world, the soccer world. I know a little bit, but I do have to kind of educate myself a little bit more on how that whole setup is. I'm pretty connected to it. I have a lot of friends. My dad was a semi-pro soccer player, so I was around soccer a lot. My dad tried to see if I wanted to play soccer. Unfortunately, I liked violence too much, so I played football. Football was just different. I liked hitting people. Whereas most soccer players don't. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. I do need to learn more about soccer, though. That's something that down the road will be important to do. Okay. Olive McKenzie. Another one. Please like and subscribe, Olive. Good to have you here. JJ is up into something, y'all. Just sit back, watch y'all goon. Thanks me later. that deserves it. Olive, welcome. Thank you for the positive comment. Again, I'm not one to need positivity all day. I know everybody else usually does. I don't mind the heat. I don't mind the cold. I don't mind the negative. I don't mind the positive. Whatever you feel you need to say it. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. And if you got legitimate reasons why, I'm not gonna get mad. I'm gonna roll with it, and you might be right. Again, I've used the term that no professional gambler ever goes 100% on bets. We're not going to be 100% right here, but we're pretty close. If you look back on our discussions, we're pretty darn close, and I'd like to think that's good enough. Bucks won't make it. I don't know what the Bucks are going to be, man. I'm still up in the air on that. I want them to succeed. I like Doc Rivers. I like Giannis. I just don't know. I don't know what's going to happen over there. I still don't. Cavs will choke in the playoffs. Let's hope they don't, Jesse, because I can't. If the Lakers don't win the championship, we can't afford the Celtics to win it, and that might be the last roadblock in the East for the Celtics. Marco, Joe, I don't know if you answered this, but who you got in the Super Bowl? I got the Chiefs. Until somebody beats Patrick Mahomes, I'm going to go with the Chiefs. Now, Philadelphia has a really, really good chance. They have a very, very good team and a very good defense. They could win, but I think it's still going to take. I think it's still going to take Philly having the ball last, going down the field, either hitting a game-winning field goal where there's 0 left on the clock, or hitting or scoring a touchdown with 0 on the clock to beat Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. However, I want the Chiefs to win because I don't believe we'll ever see a three-peat again, a chance at a three-peat like this. That is extremely rare. I cheered for the Giants in 2007 when the Patriots were 18-0, one game away from going 19-0. And I look back on it, I go, man, I wish the Patriots had done that because you would have never seen a 19-0 again. You've seen 17-0. You would have never seen 19-0. And I like history and I like greatness. So this is about greatness. I don't like mediocrity. I like greatness. And I'd love to see a team three-peat in the NFL when it's extremely hard to three-peat. I've been fortunate as a Laker fan to experience my team have a three-peat. And I've also seen one team, 2 separate times three-peat as well in basketball. And then, of course, the Yankees three-peated in 1998, 99, and 2000. So I feel like I've been spoiled by the three-peats in two of the leagues. Why not have it in football now? So that's kind of how I look at that. Do I think the refs will help the Chiefs? Oh man, I don't know. Sure, yeah, they'll help them. I heard this stuff with New England for 20 years, guys. Come on. I know it's suspect. I know it's there. You know, a lot of times it's obvious, but I'd like to think that the refs aren't really. I don't think the refs are making it work for the Chiefs. At least pardon my ignorance if they are, but I don't think so. All right, where are we? I love them. Xbox included. Joe, Chris, what's your perfect snack drink set up for the Super Bowl? So my cousin's gonna have a party at his house, not too far from where I live. He's gonna have all the American fixings. He's a chef too, so he'll probably have some good stuff there. I'd say my favorite snacks are usually anything that's like a flaming hot Cheeto with sliders, something like a slider, like a small hamburger, and then I'll have drinks, but I'm not a big alcohol drinker with food. So if I drink alcohol, I usually like drink alcohol by itself. So if I'm having, let's say, sliders with some flaming hot Cheetos, I'll usually drink a soda, maybe a Mountain Dew or Pepsi. I haven't had a Mountain Dew or a Pepsi in a while, but usually in those occasions I will. Okay. They just four-peated and see, Mark, I gotta sit with you, man. I gotta assimilate to football outside America. We'll get to that, buddy. We'll get to that. Don't worry. I learn quick when it comes to sports. We'll get there. We'll travel to a World Cup one day, God willing. Jesse predict Chiefs will win because of the refs' help. Olive, not mad. I agree with everything you said. My brother, 45 years, been Laker fan. We going to find. Hey, man, man, it would be great, man. It really would. It would be great. I told everybody on the last shows. I know some of you are new here, but a lot of my anger last year was because the Celtics won. I think if the Celtics hadn't won the championship, I probably wouldn't have been as angry after draft night as I was. But man, it would be beautiful if the Lakers could win it this year and catch up within a year to tie it again. Because if they did that, we know LeBron probably extends his contract. The Lakers probably bring in more talent in the summer, and then they go after it in a better situation for 2026. And as long as Luka stays healthy, guys, I have no doubt, absolutely no doubt, Luka's going to win 2 or 3 championships at the very least. So Lakers, Rob Pelinka solidified his career. He solidified it. It took AD to be shipped out, but AD was not going. There was going to be a risk of AD getting too old by the time LeBron left, because LeBron would have very likely played next year. And if things weren't working out well, he probably would have had his swan song. He probably would have said, I'm retiring, gotten his gifts, and then went off to the sunset in 2026. But right now, this may have changed that. This may have changed it. And if they win this year, it will 100% change it. He will probably sign an extension. He will want to stay, and the Lakers will just keep retooling, and they're going to go after it. And I'm ready for it, guys. We're all ready. I'm already on cloud 9 with the Dodgers, and the fact that the Lakers have they were kind of hearing the steps coming into the castle. Some have even said the Dodgers were about to take over the castle in terms of the team in LA, and they might well have at least shared it. Maybe even the Dodgers, maybe a little higher up in the castle at this point, because there's a huge crowd. There's a huge crowd in LA that loves the Dodgers. They always get anywhere from 3.5 to almost 4 million in attendance during the regular season. They watch the Dodgers. Doesn't matter if they're going 82-80 or if they're winning World Series. Dodger fans are very loyal, and they love going to Dodger games, and they're very supportive. But Jeannie said, yeah, it's still a Laker town and we're still top dogs. And I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue. If the Dodgers are 1A and the Lakers are still 1, it is what it is, guys. Doncic created that. And this is going to be a 10-year window at the very least. So we're here for the ride, guys. 10 years is a long time in sports. A lot of things can happen. A lot of championships can be won there. And I'm hoping again for at least 2 or 3 with Luka. Obviously, we would want more, but I'm trying to be a little bit more reasonable. If 2 and 3 get done, then it's very likely that the Lakers end up passing the Celtics in my lifetime. And that's all I'm waiting for, man. I can't wait. So, where else are we here? The moment Joe has ever been speechless. So, guys, click on that link. Mark, is that the short version or is that Saturday's show? Nuggets have no chance in a series against OKC. Probably, Jesse. You're probably right. You're probably right on that one. I'm always going to say, well, Jokic is still on the team. It's still always a chance, but you're probably right because that matchup is kind of tough. Join us in watching the game. Let's see. I'm a Dodger. I'm Dodgers. Get ready for a parade. Yes, Olive. Yes. How glorious would it be if there's a dual parade? It won't be at the same time like it could have been during COVID, but Dodgers are due. Dodgers are due for a back-to-back. Dodgers have existed since 1884. 1884. The World Series has been played since 1903. The only time the World Series wasn't played was in 1904 due to a boycott, and then fast forward to 1994 due to a strike. So since 1903, you've had this AL-NL matchup, and the Dodgers have won 8 World Series. 1 of those was in Brooklyn. The other 7 were in LA. Never have won back-to-back World Series championships. That's something that needs to be the carrot in front of them. They got to make that happen. And in my book, honestly, the way they're constructed right now, baseball is very hard. It's very hard to predict. A lot of things can happen in baseball. A team gets hot. The first series in the playoffs is a 5-game series. So if you sneeze wrong, you could be down 2-0 very quickly, even though you're good, right? But if the Dodgers win back-to-back championships, I'm actually going to expect them to win 3 in a row at the very least because they're that talented. Have to win back-to-back. But 3 is a big possibility as well. We're going to find out. I have never watched all 162 games of Dodger baseball. A lot of circumstances to that time. It's very hard to watch baseball every single day when you have a job and all that stuff. But I've set up my time to where I'm going to make sure it happens, even if it's recorded and fast forwarded through commercials. Because a lot of times, if you do that, you're going to have because of the pitch count, the game has gotten down to about 2.5 to 220 now in a lot of cases. If you get rid of the commercials, you're probably if you record it and watch it with being able to forward through the commercials, you could end up watching the game in about hour and 40 to hour and 50 minutes, which is a huge difference between 3 hours. But I'm going to watch the most I've ever watched in a season was in 2022. I think I saw 142 games of the regular season. So this one, I'm going to go after the whole 162. I will be going to training camp in Camelback in Arizona in a few weeks. My boy Empire Jeff is going to likely meet me down there. So we're going to have some fun seeing what the boys are doing. By the way, Mookie Betts and Ohtani are already there early. So, props to those guys. Props. The 2 best guys on that team. Well, there's more than that, but they're smelling it, guys. They want that next ring. The one that they got isn't enough, and I agree. It would be a disappointment if they don't win during the Ohtani era. And the Ohtani era is scheduled for at least 9 more years. If this team does not win at least 4 championships in this Ohtani run, I think it's going to be a disappointment. Now, if they win 3, that's not necessarily disappointing, but I think it's a little you kind of let some things go there. 4 in 9 years has to be the very least amount in this particular setup because you're too equipped not to do that. So good luck to the Dodgers, and we'll be talking a lot more Dodgers here as spring training starts. I'm going to be doing a Dodgers show once the season starts, so I'll let you guys all know about what's going on there. Young Advocate, Joe, what do you think about the 10-minute quarter Adam Silver wants? I hate it. I don't want it. No, leave the 12 minutes the way it is. That'll mess up records. It'll mess up everything. I don't agree with it at all. If he wants to lessen, and I've said this for a few years now, if you want to lessen the wear and tear, if you want to lessen the wear and tear, start making the schedule more regional. Start making the divisions more traditional. So what does that mean? Make the divisions matter. Make the division matter when you win it. Make the division games matter in that you play more games against the division opponent so you can create these rivalries that are regional, less travel time, more investment from the fans because they're tired of watching the Lakers play Phoenix 6 times a year. Something like that. There was a time where teams played teams 6 times a year, the same team. I think they need to go back to that so that they can lessen travel. But I don't know why they don't. I think there might be a financial situation there. I haven't done any research on it. But it's a question I would ask Adam Silver if I was to talk to him. I would love to hear an answer to that. I don't know if logistically it's not going to work, but I don't see how it wouldn't. Why would shortening trips and having things much easier travel-wise time, why would that be more difficult? So that would be the easiest way to keep people from go, especially people in the West, because you have 2 teams in the West that are really East Coast. You have Memphis and Tennessee, especially Memphis and Tennessee. They're way east. And then you have New Orleans, who's in Louisiana. Playoff time, if you're playing Memphis and New Orleans, you're basically in the Eastern Conference in those 2 series. You have to go back and forth that way. And they're not 2-3-2s. They're 2-2, 1-1-1. So, yeah, lessen travel time, more regional, make the divisions matter, and that I think would be a huge asset in terms of the wear and tear during an 82-game season. Hey, Uncle Joe, can we go together to Dodger training camp? It will be cool as ever. If you want to go to spring training, Danny, you got to have to go to Arizona. So if you can get to Arizona, let me know. At the end of the month, I'll be there. I don't know what days yet, so we can talk about it, and then we can meet up over there. Get rid of the challenge up until our last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. I'm not gonna disagree with that, Nick. I like that. Yeah, I like that. I think that's where most of the problems have been. Or just do what baseball does when they challenge a call. They have a guy that goes on the phone and asks somebody, hey, should we challenge this? And then they wait about 3 or 4 seconds and they're like, that would solve the review problem a little bit and just speed up the damn thing. Stop wasting 10 minutes, especially at the end of games when you have this momentum going on and all of a sudden they stop it for 10 freaking minutes. And it's like, dude, you just ruined all the momentum and the excitement of this game with this stupid stoppage. They got to stop doing that. They got to make it much quicker. AR is on a top 3 contract in the NBA. Mark, excellent point. So, folks, you're getting what you're getting from AR on $14 million. That's a hell of a number. Now, you still think Max Christie's better, and he's making 8, so that makes sense. But I don't think Max Christie is in a position when it gets hot and heavy to where he's going to do what you think he's going to do. I'm going to have to wait and see. I don't know if he's going to do what he does now. We're going to have to wait and see. Joe, any warranty in the having one less timeout? Maybe. I think they did do something like that, didn't they, a few years back? I have to go check that one out too. Natalia, do you think LeBron and Luka's two-man game will be like Jamal and Jokic. Yeah, I don't see how it wouldn't. LeBron is going to be catching probably more lobs as a 40-year-old than he ever has in his career. Get ready for that. Get ready for the lobs. Get ready for the screen and lobs. LeBron runs like a deer, guys. LeBron is strong and can jump. Now, probably doesn't want to do that too much. Doesn't want to get abused in the paint, going up for lobs all day, every day with traffic. If it's kind of like backdoor, sideline, going baseline type setup, that would probably be easier, so he doesn't get as much contact. Otherwise, you risk him getting hit, falling on the ground, and hurting his wrist or whatever. 805, thank you for the super chat. Rather killed my Black Mamba or Nile. I'd rather get killed by a Black Mamba. I mean, I'd rather get killed by a Black Mamba. It's going to be a slow death, but I'm not going to get the death roll at least. That's a good one. I thought the elephant one was good too. I thought that was it, but this is probably the best one. BTS. Hey, Joe, did you hear Chucky B hate on our Lakers? Yeah, man. He actually got pissed last night because people were making fun of him. Like, dude, how are they not contenders? He keeps calling them mediocre. Now, I look at Charles Barkley when he speaks differently. When Charles Barkley predicts something, it's 90% of the time the opposite. So the more trash Chuck says about the Lakers, the more likelihood that the Lakers are going to do well. So I wouldn't worry about Chuck too much. Chuck usually talks out of his bumhole anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I don't really pay attention to it much. Joe Q, Black Mamba. It's venomous, right? Not really into getting death roll. See? Yeah, Black Mambas are bad. Very venomous. They can kill a man apparently in 15, 20 minutes if he doesn't get help right away. So yeah, it's a bad death. Still, you're suffering. Your nervous system is shot, blood clots, God knows what. But I'd rather deal with that than have my neck or have my arm or leg snapped off because an alligator does its roll. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that because that might be a slow death in the water. I'm not gonna do that. I'd rather be a slow death on land and just passing out after 15, 20 minutes instead of getting eaten up. Darren V. Let's see what Darren has to say. Get rid of the extensions before everyone's contract expires. They are holding the teams hostage. Maybe you should negotiate the next collective bargaining agreement, Darren. Let them know that. I'll wait. I'll wait for that to happen. Natalia, Joe, what does LeBron have to do to surpass Jordan? Great question. Great question. I'm going to start out with this. He's not ever going to be better at basketball than Jordan. I watched Jordan virtually his whole career. Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball talent ever. And he also had the accomplishments to back it up. 10 scoring titles, 6-0 in the finals, 6 finals MVPs, 5 MVPs, should have had 7. Defensive Player of the Year. The guy did everything. He did everything, and his talent is just not matched. Kobe was close, but Kobe didn't have the God-given gear, 6th gear that Jordan had. He didn't have huge hands, and Jordan had that extra gear in terms of speed that Kobe didn't have. So from a talent standpoint, it doesn't matter if LeBron wins 10 championships. He's not going to ever be a better basketball player than Jordan. However, if LeBron wins, let's say LeBron wins 2 more championships. He wins this year and next year. and wins 6, he's probably sitting at the same table with Michael because his accomplishments are going to be better than anybody. I think Kareem was there for a while, but I think LeBron is starting to get ahead of that even. LeBron will be the most accomplished NBA talent ever. And if he wins a couple more championships, there's a very good chance that he's sitting next to that man. He's sitting next to Jordan. And if somebody comes to me and says LeBron was a better basketball player, I'm not going to argue against it. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're probably right. So that's my assessment on that. If he gets 3 more, I don't think that's going to happen. But if he gets 3 more, then because anything can happen when you're this late in the game, guys. One bad slip can end it quick. Basketball catches up to you really quick. He's defining logic with that right now, thank God. But it can sneak up on you very quick. You can't assume that LeBron is going to play 3, 4, 5 more years the way he has. He probably could, he probably will, but you still have to kind of set your expectations safe because it can come quick. Man, you guys have been asking some freaking awesome questions. Thank you for doing this. Made my show look good. I think the first player of the year is what really holds LeBron back. He should have won at 13, Natalia. He was a first-team All-NBA, and Marc Gasol won Defensive Player of the Year that year, and he was second. That happened in the NFL yesterday. That happened in the NFL. Josh Allen won MVP, but Lamar Jackson was the first-team All-NFL. I don't know. Weird. If LeBron wins 3 with us, Joe. Mark, if LeBron wins 3 with the Lakers, he will have played 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. He will have played 8 years with the Lakers. Is he known as a Cav still or a Laker? He played 11 years in Cleveland, won 1 championship. If he wins this year and next year, let's say, that's 8 years in a Laker uniform. 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Right? So 8 years. 8 years, 3 championships. Is he known as a Laker or a Cavalier? That's a good question to ask if the Lakers are able to pull that feat off. And here's the other thing too, guys. If that happens, not only does he get the stats there, but he is then also the main contributor of the Lakers franchise passing the Celtics. So the Celtics would have 18, and the Lakers would get their 19th championship if they win this year and next year. So he's also the usher of that. That holds water. That's crazy. And I'm fully confident in feeling that with Luka staying healthy for the next 10 years, I have a very, very, very strong feeling that he's going to get the Lakers a 20th championship. They're going to win probably 3 championships in that 10-year span. He's just too good not to do that. And the Lakers are too good in supplying their stars with enough talent to win championships. The only reason why they didn't win more championships with AD and LeBron before the Westbrook trade is just bad luck. It was bad luck. It was COVID created this short off season for 2021, and that was kind of the Laker tax on 2021. If 2020 had ended in June, AD wouldn't have likely been as taxed and probably would have been able to finish 2021. And then maybe the Lakers win back-to-back championships, and then that Westbrook trade doesn't happen. But guys, you can also look at it as well. If that doesn't happen, do we get Luka? Like, in life, I'm not much of a say a saying and all that and saying, oh, well, everything happens for a reason. I don't live my brain like that. But when you look at the connections there, it seems to always work out for the Lakers. If there's a couple of stopgaps, a couple of bad decisions that are made, it seems like they seem to make up for it at some point, and they did. They did this week. And I'm trying not to think about anything in the past. I'm just using that as an example, but the Lakers are in a good position now to never really rebuild. That was huge. That's what made this trade so big. Is the Lakers now won't have to worry about, despite whatever happens to LeBron, they won't have to worry about really being under the gun in terms of rebuild. They have a guy, a 25-year-old superstar that's about to come into his own, and they're always going to have a chance, especially with his skill set. Okay. All right, guys. I'm about coming up on the top of well, actually, I passed the hour. I want to thank everyone for being here. I saw a lot of new names here. I want to thank you for being here, guys. You guys were asking and commenting great questions. Please keep it up. I do the nightcap usually once a week, maybe twice a week, just to kind of break up the post-game type stuff. We talk about a few other things besides basketball, although this was probably the most NBA I've talked on the nightcap. Usually we kind of venture into football and baseball. It's kind of like a buffet of discussions just because it's a nightcap, right? But we're gonna be talking more basketball because of the circumstances the Lakers are in right now. They're back into contention for being an elite team, and that's much more fun to talk about. So again, I want to thank everyone for being here. Please like and subscribe, guys. Please like and subscribe. We want to entertain you for the foreseeable future. It'll never be dull here, guys. We don't clickbait. We're not a corporation. We are here to have fun, bust chops, answer questions, and be maniacs. And this is one of the few times you'll see me tame. I'm usually pretty nuts, but I got to have an audience. That's why Mark and Gerald and Sean, they're like the fuel to my madness. So props to Sean, props to Gerald, props to Mark, props to Henry, props to Stone. You all who are here for the first time, you're going to see more interviews with Stone Hansen. You're going to get a chance to meet Stone Hansen, one of the brightest, smartest basketball minds in this game. Was a scout for years. Has watched more basketball in 10 years than I probably have watched in my 30 plus years, which is nuts, guys. I've seen a lot of basketball, but that's how much basketball he's seen. And he has the details, baby. It's just unfortunate we can't have him on here regularly because he does have a real job. And unfortunately, this doesn't pay well. Pays a little bit, but doesn't pay well. But we're hoping with your help and your marketing of our show while we're marketing it, we can get big enough to where we can make this a bona fide show that will, I don't even want to say rival whatever's going on ESPN or any other of these chump Lakers shows. I have no doubt when we have the resources in the audience, there will be no better Laker channel than the Lakers Fast Break. So with that, have a great evening, have a great morning, have a great night, have a great afternoon, wherever you are. Until next time, I'll see you next time. That's funny.